1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request that you get seated before we resume our program? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we resume our program, I would like to invite our Edith Trainee from the IDC to take us through housekeeping. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the IDC. My name is Edith Trainee. I'm going to take you through the evacuation procedure. As soon as you hear an alarm or instruction through the public address system to evacuate, please leave the building immediately, calmly, to the nearest emergency doors. The emergency exit doors are indicated by the green signs over there. Follow the green signs and make your way to the nearest assembly point. Please do not use the lifts. Await further instruction from fire marshals who should be visible at the specific assembly point. Do not come back to the venue unless you are advised to do so. Bathrooms are outside, down the stairs, to your left. Thank you and enjoy your stay at the IDC.
Thank you, House Edith, for that. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen present in this room, and to our speakers and delegates joining us virtually from different parts of the world. Good morning, my time. Bonjour, hola. I would like to extend a warm welcome to this inaugural Women Economic Assemble Financial Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nonzuzo Makanda Umandlovu waKwaBhaca. I will be your program director for today. I am the founder and the chairperson of the National Financial Literacy Association and a member of the Wikona Financial Committee. I have spent my youth working on the ground in townships and rural areas, pushing financial inclusion for individuals and small businesses, collecting market intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, to understand the challenges and opportunities in the SMME fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, access to finance seems to be a major challenge faced by SMMEs in South Africa, more especially women-owned businesses. This inaugural summit is positioned to create an enabling environment for women to access financial opportunities in public and private sector. Let us sit back, absorb, and interact as we progress with the deliberations of today. I would like to call upon on stage the CEO of IDC, Mr. T.P. Nchocho, to deliver the sponsor remarks. Over to you, sir. Please come on stage.
The program director, the guests and the speakers who have been invited here today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for affording me a few minutes just to welcome you to the Industrial Development Corporation. I'm doing so on behalf of the chairperson of the board, Mme Busi Mabuza, who couldn't make it to do this opening remarks. I'm also welcoming you on behalf of the management team of the IDC as well as the staff members. Welcome here. Please feel free. This is a facility that we often make available to various stakeholders who need physical facilities to stage whatever events they may be working on. It hasn't been used for almost 2 years now because of COVID, but I hope you get to enjoy your stay here. So indeed, on behalf of the chairperson, the staff, and the management of the IDC, welcome to you all to this financial summit of the Women's Economic Assembly. Your conference is themed Gender Lens Investing and Funding in the Republic of South Africa. I'm looking forward to hearing the key outcomes of this conversation around this topic. Indeed, it comes at an opportune time when many of us who work in financial organizations, the state, in the policy environment, private companies as well, are engaged in a lot of introspection, if I may say so, judging by conversations and public pronouncements. Introspection is to look at the transformation and agenda and as to whether as a nation we are on course, but also to consider the extent to which we might have been set back by the unbelievable impacts of COVID over the past couple of years. So we know the Industrial Development Corporation's mandate as an investor, as a financier of businesses across all sectors of the economy, really. I always say that the IDC is an investor in the real economy. If the economy does well, the IDC does well. If the economy does bad, the IDC does bad. And it shows in the numbers that you, ladies and gentlemen, often see when we publish our results. So, the scope of our work in terms of transformation, as we know, entails programs that not only include the participation of South Africans generally, Black people in particular, women and young people. And ladies and gentlemen, in terms of our own commitments that we express physically in the corporate plans, very specific performance targets and outcomes that get stipulated for us as a management team and the staff of the IDC to seek to pursue and to try and achieve. So we do need the cooperation and the partnership of women entrepreneurs, women organizations that provide support to businesses, so that hopefully the contribution that we make from a perspective of financing and investing can be complemented by all your various other measures of support. This event might be hosted here at the IDC, but certainly the substance that I hope will come out of here will go far and beyond the IDC. I just want to share with you a couple of things, and I'll be brief. One is the fact that I've already stated that we have specific performance commitments regarding advancing capital to women-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses, Black businesses, and so on. But not only is it a performance commitment, but it is also a legislated mandate when one looks at the IDC Act. But we are not doing it as a compliance issue. I believe every member of staff at the Industrial Development Corporation acknowledges, appreciates, and understands the imperative for this massive task of transformation. And yes, some of the platforms that we use are community-owned structures. We know structures that are often sort of rural-based, far off towns, organizations that are organized by women that we support to participate as shareholders and providers of services in many of the major projects that we are involved in. Here is an interesting thing that you probably are not aware of because it was an internal exercise. In 2021, early last year, after COVID, I asked the board for us to commission a study of the work that the IDC has done over the past number of the years in areas of transformation. I said, let's isolate that portfolio over the past 7 years or so, have a look at what have been the successes, what have been the shortcomings, and what are the areas of improvements that we could possibly work on. It's an incredibly informative document, and I go and read it frequently just to wake myself up to the realities of transformation. Over this particular period of time, I'm talking about 7 years or so, this organization has advanced close to 80 billion rand, 80, in the form of financing and investments. And of that amount, about 74% or so was advanced to businesses that had elements of transformation in one form or the other, whether it was participation of women, whether it is equity-wise by young people, and so on and so on. So there was this particular deliberate effort on the part of the IDC to advance the agenda of inclusion. If we define women-owned businesses as we do in the IDC as those that have an ownership level above 20%, of that amount of money that I've mentioned, in the region of 19% was advanced to women-owned businesses. The actual rand value on a net basis approved to women-empowered companies, companies that have one way or the other of women participation, and the details hopefully Lucretia can delve into when she speaks earlier on. The quantum was, during that particular period, about 14 billion rand or so of companies. So, notwithstanding this, we are still encouraging you, ladies and gentlemen, women-owned businesses in particular, to continue to approach the IDC to see the extent to which we can continue to be of assistance to you. Let me move towards the end by pointing out a couple of, let's call them areas of improvement. Point number one, I imagine people start businesses because they have a particular demand that they want to satisfy. There is a need that they have identified. They do studies and so on, and they say, yes, this is a market that I can address. That's easy. Point number two, entrepreneurs like yourselves set up the technical capability to deliver the product. Whether it's a manufacturing enterprise or a service enterprise, you set up the technical capability to be able to deliver the product. Again, relatively easy because it's about assembling resources, marshalling their resources, and so on. I think where the challenges lie are the following three items. The first one is, and this is informed by experience, in as much as I'm unable to speak about specific companies, but one of the things that has undermined the transformation efforts of the IDC has been companies started very well, unfortunately falling victim to market forces that work against them. I remember vividly a couple of portfolio companies where we financed either the startup or a significant acquisition running in excess of $500 million in one specific instance. But unfortunately, a particular massive state-owned company, SOE, changed its ways of buying. And when that happened, this particular company fell into distress. So being able to get market access, market underpin on a very long-dated basis is one of those factors that we have seen contributes well to the sustainability of businesses. Many of the portfolio companies that we are struggling with now is because their market points have been swept from under their feet one way or the other. And in my simplistic way, if you can't sell a product, you probably don't have a business. The second thing that I would like to put across for your consideration, ladies and gentlemen, is that unfortunately, at times, the entrepreneurs fail or fall short in terms of modernizing their governance practices of their businesses. The person is the founder, is the CEO, is the chairman, is the CFO, is the director of operations, and everything, and everything, and everything. And that failure to modernize the governance of the institution stretches the person too far, and they fall into all sorts of difficulties regarding either simple things like complying with relevant legislation or maybe being unable to keep strong management teams that can run their businesses. So modernization of governance practices. The third one, which is what you are meeting about here primarily today, is capital structures that are patient enough to support growing businesses. And at the Black Industrialist Conference a few days ago, we spoke a lot about this. I participated in a panel with Minister Kubai, Sim Shawalala, Sonia De Bruyn was there, and we talked about this, that businesses require the kind of money that can stay the course with them when things become difficult. But the pool of money that is available with that sense of patience is not as big enough. And so one of the things that I say in defense of myself and the IDC, I say, surely the Industrial Development Corporation cannot be the only bearer of equity risk capital. The nation itself has to find ways, and the various participants in the economy have to find ways of increasing that size of available equity support capital, both for startup as well as growth companies. So ladies and gentlemen, with these few words, I want to welcome you here and wish you all the best. Our commitment is in the order of 9 billion rand over the next 3 years to advance to women-owned businesses. It's written in my performance contract. So please, I need you to help me to achieve this target. 9 billion rand over the next 3 years that we would like to advance. And very easily, if the demand were to be higher, no doubt in my mind, we have the balance sheet capability to be able to increase the envelope. Thank you so much for coming together as women entrepreneurs. You continue to inspire us. We are meeting today here on the back of a very sad loss of your sister, our leader, Jessie Duarte. But at the same time, as we speak, our women soccer national team is landing at OR Tambo with all the victory. with the victory that they bring to inspire us and to give us hope. So, to you, the organizers, Mayor Trifosa Ramano, Mefutim Toba, I don't know if she's arrived already, as well as members of this wonderful organization, I really wish you all the best in your deliberations. And I'm sure there's a lot that I personally and my colleagues at the IDC will learn from your deliberations. With your permission, please, Mayor Ramano, I will be dashing off to try and meet those targets. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to say a word to you. Welcome to the Industrial Development Corporation and best of luck with your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate. Thank you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. IDC's doors are open for business, for all women in business. 9 billion available for all women to tap into. So yeah, let's get ready and take advantage of the opportunity and help Ndante Chocho to reach his targets. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that there is Wi-Fi available at the venue. The details are hanged on the door. I think they are also dished out in every table. Please connect and use your social media to tag and promote the event. I would like to call upon Meshoki Chabalala from the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. Thank you, ma'am.
Co-chairs to Wekona, Ms. Futim Toba and Ms. Namhla Mniki, industry heads, women leaders in different sectors, distinguished guests here in the room, and those following online, good morning. Firstly, let me tender an apology for my DG who couldn't be in our midst today. She is not feeling well, and as such, she has delegated the responsibility to myself. It is an honor to be in this room and be part of this momentous occasion as the Women's Economic National Assembly, the Women's Economic Assembly boldly continues on this trajectory for the advancement of women's economic inclusion and betterment of women's lives across the length and breadth of South Africa. It gives me and the department great pleasure to see this pioneering initiative, Women Economic Assembly, growing in leaps and bounds to a point now that we are now speaking to the fundamental bread and butter issues that women-owned businesses are faced with. Financial inclusion is a critical component towards realizing the bold and just aspirations of women across all sectors of our economy. The importance of our participation could be best understood in line with the role that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has in fulfilling its mandate, which is anchored on the regulating the socio-economic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth and persons with disabilities. It is therefore important that we ensure that these sectors are placed at the center of the country's development programs. This requires that we establish an ecosystem of support for women-owned businesses through greater access to funding, opening up productive markets, and subsequently ensuring that capacity development is made available to build on the existing base of world-class female leaders across our socioeconomic sectors. This is precisely why the department has advocated and continues to advocate for financial inclusion that is tailored to the unique needs of women and further recognizes that women are not a homogeneous grouping. Wekona is introducing another layer, a new chapter, an opportunity that seeds itself at a time when we as a country are reconstructing and rebuilding around the country's recovery plans, particularly through our economic recovery and reconstruction plan. For far too long, we have heard how women are continually excluded from the mainstream economy, be it structurally or systematically. But we must now change this narrative by making access to finance our very own creative tool for progressive transformation across all sectors of the economy. On March 11, 2020, Cabinet approved the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide for the decade 2020 to 2030, as well as the establishment of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Now, the NSP's vision is to see a South Africa free from GBVF, directed at women, children, and the LGBTQIA+ persons. And to achieve this vision, South Africa will center its efforts on bringing about specific changes around all its 6 pillars. However, the Women's Economic Assembly is actually anchored within Pillar 5. The overall goal of WECONA is to advocate for equal economic participation of women in the economy through focusing on industry supply chains to ensure that women have a greater participation in the economy. We're noting and acknowledging the role the co-chair and the broader executive committee comprising private sector and public sector and women business leaders have done and are working very closely to ensure that the economic inclusion of women is accelerated. I think they deserve a round of applause. And if you are one of them, of that executive committee, you also must give yourself a pat on the shoulder. Those that are in our midst, you are one of them, Mama, because you are the ones that are spearheading this course. It is through these collaborative actions that today the WECONA Finance Committee launches the Inaugural Financial Summit that is deliberate on gender lens investing and funding in South Africa. Now, we believe that we need to facilitate collectively an enabling operating environment for mainstreaming women's owned businesses in government and private sector institutions, equitable access to ownership and control of all economic activities for women is a critical transformation objective, one that requires that we collectively lobby the private sector, non-government organizations, and international organizations to meaningfully incorporate the inclusion of women into all their policies, their programs, their projects, and their products. It's a pity the CEO left. I was going to make an appeal that of that 9 billion referenced to, we would like to read your annual report and check at the end of that year how much of that has been utilized. It will be a sad day if there is a portion of that money that is rendered back to Treasury, because women definitely need that. We are here, we are pledging our commitment, and we are requesting that use this institutional body, this institutional mechanism to help you attain your intended objectives. Equitable participation must therefore be measurable with clear targets and the tracking of impact achieved towards empowering women-owned businesses beneficiaries. We must be able to map out the flow of financial resources, ownership, management, and control of the country's socioeconomic activities by lifting the spectrum of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Surely, with a focused and applied gender lens, backed by empirical data, we will begin to realize women's own businesses gaining greater bargaining power and further empowering them to confidently take and act on key socioeconomic decisions. This is one among many components of our journey to provide clearly defined goals and measures, progressively increasing the powers and gains of women-owned-led businesses with a much greater scope to access productive markets and means within our community. Coordinated as a single unit, we will begin to catalyze transformed attitudes and behaviors of government, private sector, and civil society as a whole. Therefore, promoting the meaningful participation of women-owned businesses will contribute positively to the transformation agenda that we are all aspiring for. I trust and hope that the discussions that will be held today will leave us enlightened and more empowered in how we as a collective can ensure that the women in South Africa, across the various business sectors they operate in, those that run small businesses to the ones who are breaking the ceiling, are active participants with greater value in your value chains. As we move towards Women's Month 2022, under the theme Women's Socioeconomic Rights and Empowerment, Building back better for women's resilience, we must continue this conversation in other spaces to keep this topic firmly on the national agenda. Let us together set the scene for women to be prioritized across all sectors, plans, programs of institutions, and the transformation agenda being led by women must be born within the minds of leaders to drive these objectives. I wish you successful deliberations and make sure that at the end of the day, we emerge victoriously as women of South Africa. They are highly dependent on us, and we are going to pull together. Our theme is pulling together until we get it right. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Re a leboha mme Chabalala. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a slight change on our program. One of our speakers has a 10 o'clock and would like to skip the next speaker and jump into the gender lens investing. And I would like to call upon Ms. Polo Liteka, the chairman and founder of the IDF Capital, to have a conversation with our speaker, Jessica Espinosa. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you. Jessica is going to be joining the conversation virtually, ladies and gentlemen. So our AV team is gonna connect her through. Thanks.
Do I speak from here?
Yes, you can.
Can she see me? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Jessica. Can you see me?
Hello, good morning. I can see you. It's so nice to be there, although virtually. But you can really feel the energy in the room, so I'm very pleased to be here with you.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Jessica is the CEO of the 2X Challenge, which drives gender lens investing through the association and working with DFIs, international DFIs. I'm very excited to see you again, Jessica, and looking forward to your input. I'm going to start off, Jessica, by just giving a bit of context around this whole gender lens investing drive. So I think we've known for some time now, and it has been evidenced even through research, that the inclusion of women has got a multiplier economic effect throughout our society and our communities. It is said that for every $1 that you give to a woman, she spends 90 cents of it on her family, education, health, and the care of the elderly and other people in society. McKinsey has also shared quite a bit of research around just the commercial impact of having women, particularly at a management level, at an executive level, at a board level, and they have demonstrated that commercially, it actually, you get superior returns, essentially, when you've got diversity at that level within your organization. Now, I know that the 2X Challenge was set up precisely to try and work with international investors, with DFIs, to encourage them to make gender lens investing as part of their day-to-day investment decision-making process. And I think we would like to hear from you, Jessica, what the work that you do is that assists international DFIs in an effort for them to make sure that they mainstream gender lens investing, and what the rationale is from your perspective, and what you believe the intended outcome and economic impact will be when investors start mainstreaming gender lens investing. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Polo. I hope you can all see the presentation.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I can't see the presentation screen myself. Oh, now I can see it. Perfect. So let me start with a quick recap of where the 2X Challenge journey started. So as many of you may be aware, we started at the G7 Summit in 2018, and the 2X Challenge was initially this bold collective commitment by the development finance institution of the G7 countries to collectively invest and mobilize at least $3 billion over 3 years that would benefit women through investments in the private sector. So at the time, it was this collective commitment, going on this journey together and putting out this, what we thought was a very ambitious volume target. We then went on the journey, and the first thing we did was to form a working group and to go deeper into, if we go to the next slide, what we actually mean by gender lens investing and how we can make private sector investments that would have a positive impact on the lives of women across the value chain. So as you can see here, we developed 5 criteria in our 2X investment framework, looking at women's entrepreneurship, so women's business ownership and companies founded by women, but also women's leadership, so the share of women in senior management, on the board, and if it applies, the investment committee. Then the 3rd criterion, looking at employment, so quality employment for women. And the 4th one, consumption, looking at products and services that benefit women specifically or that promote gender equality. And then the 5th criterion looks at investments that are made by the DFIs, for example, through financial intermediaries, but you could also apply it to pension funds or others that are investing either in funds or financial institutions, and looking at the criteria 1 to 4, both at the level of the institution itself and also at their portfolio level. Going on to the next slide. So now that we had developed this investment framework, and it's probably also worth pointing out that the 2X criteria and the underlying metrics and indicators were internationally harmonized with other frameworks like IRIS Plus, for example, as an international standard for impact management and measurement, with the OECD DAC kind of taxonomy. And so very quickly overnight, many were able to use the 2X criteria and indicators as part of their set of indicators that they were already using, that were already internationally harmonized. So fast forward, what we thought was ambitious, the 3 billion, was significantly surpassed, and the development finance institutions alone invested 6.9 billion in the first 3 years under these criteria. And if we are also looking at co-investments from the private sector and other public sector investors, we reached 11.4 billion just in the first 3 years. That included the COVID year, which there was a bit of a concern that during COVID, during times of crisis, the pipeline might be less strong. But on the contrary, we were able to make the case and show that the investment opportunities were available, were stable, and particularly strong during times of COVID. At the last G7 summit last year, we then made a new announcement with 20 DFIs and multilateral MDBs, and announced a new 15 billion target in just 2 years, so until the end of this year. If we go to the next slide, you can see this is just a quick glimpse at some of the case studies. So on our website, we have not only published the high-level aggregate figures, but also concrete case studies of what gender lens investing looks like in specific sectors. So anything from financial inclusion, renewable energy, infrastructure, lots of different sectors, agriculture, where you can see the work in action. Moving on to the next slide, we've seen a lot of traction. So given the momentum of the 2X challenge, showing the investment opportunity, we've seen significant interest from other types of investors, such as pension funds, family offices, other asset managers, even wealth management firms, as well as private equity and venture capital funds and financial institutions and banks who were keen to join us in the 2X challenge and ask if they could become members. So in response to that demand, we have now launched a global industry body for gender lens investing, which is the 2X Collaborative. It's a standalone legal entity that we launched last year at the Generation Equality Forum in partnership with Gender Smart and ILN. And as an independent organization, it's a membership organization where any investor and capital provider can become a member. And it's convening not only the DFIs, but now really the full spectrum of investors and capital providers to co-invest together, both investor capacity, engage in peer learning, and it serves as a one-stop shop for gender lens investing that's connecting the dots between different initiatives globally. If we go to the next slide, we can see a quick overview of our current members. And this year's G7 summit was quite an exciting momentum because we have now reached this tipping point where we have more members who are non-DFIs, so private sector investors, compared to DFIs. So we still have the 20 founding DFIs and MDBs, but we also have now more than 20 private sector investors from around the world who have become a member. On the next slide, you can see what the structured network of the 2X Collaborative looks like in action. So we have different peer groups. Those are the different types of investors. We are focusing on all sectors and gender lens investing opportunities in those sectors and thematic areas. So we have very active communities of practice where we're bringing together investors from all of these peer groups and sectors and regions around thematic priorities, such as, for example, gender and climate. How can we invest at this nexus of gender and climate smart finance? We also, particularly relevant to the framing of GBV, we also have an active working group focusing on how investors can have a positive impact on tackling gender-based violence. Also, other work streams like gender bonds, for example, financial and digital inclusion. So really going into the opportunities of gender lens investing in all of these different thematic areas. On the next slide, you can see just one very brief example of what the work looks like in action. So for example, at the last COP26 in Glasgow, our gender and climate community of practice presented a new toolkit for gender smart climate finance, which is now available publicly, and that was launched at COP26 and also got very interesting uptake and is now a shared resource available for investors interested at investing in kind of at this nexus of gender and climate finance. And then when it comes to the outlook, on the next slide, you can see another tool that we have recently developed, the 2X Assess tool, which makes it easy for companies, financial institutions, and funds to assess how aligned they are with the 2X criteria and to have a benchmarking result of where they currently stand, where they have opportunities to further improve, and kind of that instant analysis and benchmarking results that they can share with investors and their stakeholders. And what we want to do now, this is the latest announcement on the next slide that we just did recently, end of June at the G7 summit. We are now on the path towards 2X certification. So this is the next frontier in our standard setting work. We've seen a lot of momentum in terms of the uptake of the 2X investment framework, the criteria, a lot of momentum in the global field of gender lens investing. And investors from all around the world and companies, there are now hundreds of them that are using the 2X criteria and are very active in the space. And we see a growing demand for more assurance, transparency, and ultimately to enhance also the credibility of gender lens investing, to have a more independent 2X certification mechanism that takes the standard setting work to the next level. And this is an exciting announcement that we just made. We believe that this is the next lever to really unlock gender smart capital at scale and deliver on the 2X Collaborative's goal of increasing the volume and the impact of gender lens investing across asset classes, sectors, and geographies globally. And so we're inviting the full spectrum of gender lens investing actors globally to join us in this co-creation process of developing a 2X certification mechanism for different products, different types of investors and companies. And yeah, very excited about this outlook. So that's it. That's it from me. I'm very excited to be here today and to see what's happening in South Africa specifically. I'm sure there are a lot of opportunities for collaboration, and really look forward to the panel discussion later on and what will come out of this event and future avenues for collaboration. Thank you so much.
Jessica, thank you very much for that. Before you go, we've got you for about another 3 minutes, so I'll have 1 or 2 questions for you. I mean, firstly, congratulations for the work that you have done in a very short period of time, I must say, because I think when we first spoke some years ago about gender lens investing, we didn't have half of the tools that you are talking about. So well done in that regard. What is pleasing, Jessica, from what you've just shared with us is just the level of commitment we're starting to see across the globe towards gender lens investing, because we didn't see this level of capital being driven towards investing with a gender lens, which is very, very critical. And I'm also glad that you unpacked what gender lens investing actually is about, because a lot of the time when we talk about gender lens investing, people assume that it is confined to businesses that are owned by women without appreciating the importance of a value chain approach to diversifying companies. So I think thank you also very much for that. What I see, and I would like to hear your thoughts on this, is that gender lens investing appears to start having almost a similar status to ESG considerations. So you know today that when you go to international investors, DFIs, they will not give you funding if you don't have a very clear ESG impact, ESG strategy. And is it your view that this is where we're moving towards? How far are we from having the same status for GLI as we do for ESG?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. And I think we're very close to that. I think we're getting to the point where gender lens investing is as fundamental as ESG. It's definitely in the development finance community. I think we're reaching that point. In the broader financial industry, again, it depends a bit on the region, on the different asset classes and sectors. But overall, I see a lot of momentum in markets around the world where gender lens investing is reaching the status of ESG. At the same time, I also feel, this kind of goes back to the next frontier and 2X certification, that there is still a bit of insecurity among investors and global audiences about what is actually a credible gender lens investing strategy and approach. And there's at the moment a lot of self-reporting, which I think it's natural because the field is still relatively young and evolving. But we see now this demand of having external assurance, of third-party verification of, how credible is this? Is this a gender lens investing player who's, at the beginning of the journey? Is it somebody who is leading the field? What are the different levels of rigor and ambition? And that's similar to what we've seen in the ESG space in terms of what's the bare minimum, what is better, what's best in class. And that's the kind of transparency that I think we're now moving towards in gender lens investing so that it can become as fundamental as ESG.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jessica, for that. We will certainly be knocking at your door as South African DFIs and pension funds and other forms of investors to come and educate on how you apply a gender lens investing strategy on a practical basis as you go about doing your day-to-day investment decision-making process. Thank you, and we wish you success for the rest of the day. I know that you are stepping into another session, so all the best, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Polo, and everybody. It's been a real pleasure being here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you to you, Jessica. We would continue with this panel, and I would like to call upon on stage Mr. Kabelo Rekhoto from PIC, Ntate Dondo Mahajana, we also have our last speaker in this panel, Ndobeko Lubisi from National Treasury. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you. I don't have or should I still be?
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was going to be an intimate setting. Good morning again, and welcome to my panelists. Ndate Kabelo Rekhoto, who's the incoming CIO of the PIC. I mention incoming because I feel that we need to be very kind to you today and not ask too many difficult questions, just, because you are incoming, but important questions will be asked, of course. So welcome.
Thank you.
We welcome Tate Dondoma Mokajane, who's the chair of the GEPF, and who's also just stepped down as the DG of National Treasury. And then we also would like to welcome sorry, my list here is missing our other guest, so I'll get her name somewhere. What's her name again? Oh yes, Mendobeko Lubisi, my apologies. On my list, you don't seem to appear. I knew that you'd be part of this panel. So welcome everyone, and we look forward to this very important discussion. Gender lens investing, as Jessica has already shared with us, is becoming part of the mainstream of investment decision making. It's not a completely new concept, I must say, in the South African context. South Africa has actually been a leader in investing in women. For many years, we at IDF Capital have been investing in women since 2008 through funds that were provided by the IDC. And we continue to manage a private equity fund called Alethea IDF, which is also a gender lens investing fund, which the IDC also actually invested quite significantly into. So it's not a completely new concept. We just call it a different name, but it is really about ensuring that we mainstream women as we make investment decisions as owners of capital and deployers of capital. However, despite the fact that it's not a completely new concept in South Africa, one can say that our investment organizations or institutions have not been very, very intentional in a lot of instances around how they make sure that women benefit across the whole value chain of the investments that they make, how their investments impact on women. Despite some of the comments I made earlier around it, has been proven that actually when you invest in diverse organizations and diverse teams, commercially you make superior returns, both as an entrepreneur who's running that business, but also as investors in those businesses. So with those opening comments, I would like to perhaps start with Ntate Kabelo Rekgotso to say the PIC, being probably the largest asset manager in the country today, plays a very critical role in capital allocation. So your capital allocation decisions are quite important to us, especially us who are gender investment activists. And we would like to hear from you what it is that the PIC is intentionally and deliberately doing to ensure that going forward, the capital that you deploy supports the gender lens investing strategy for us as a country.
Okay. Thank you, Paulo. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity. I think I'm just going to put this away for now. So what we are, can I stand up? So what
Sure.
we are doing as the PIC, there's a couple of things. So maybe just as a background to everyone. So PIC, as we stand today, we manage about 2.5 trillion rands, say about $150 billion. Everything that we do within investments is dictated by the client mandate, being the GEPF, the UIF, CC, and the CP, and other sort of smaller clients. If you look within, let's say, the active equity, let's say the active, the listed, our listed asset classes, in that portion, obviously, we can make huge impacts within the equity building block. So with respect to us appointing or nominating board directors on JSE listed companies, we are quite active on that. We vote all our proxies. We are very clear with regards to the remuneration practices we want in companies. But more importantly, we are an advocate in pushing for women at board level, women at management level, women at within the operations of the business are driving and making decisions. But as a funder as well, we are a huge advocate in in pushing for women-led businesses. So we are quite supportive to support businesses that are women-led, women-founded, women-managed. So we do it both on the listed side and on the unlisted side. So I just want to cover it with respect to asset classes. So on the fixed income side, we have to obviously, we take pride in lending to women-owned businesses. There is a company that we currently lend to, I think it's called Mazwe Financial. It's an SMME. We've allocated capital to it. What it does, it basically allocates money to entrepreneurs using debt or equity. So we provided the funding for that company and many others as well. When we move on to the unlisted side, our unlisted side has a huge direct impact on the real economy. If you look within the unlisted book, it's about, say, 4.5% of our portfolio. It's about, say, 111, 12 billion rands. Out of that 112 billion rand that we currently manage, say about 50% of it, it's direct in impact investing. So with regards to how we allocate capital, yes, we look at the investment case for every investment. We would want to understand the management of the company, their track record. You'd want to understand the products and services they provide. You want to understand the niche. But underlying our entire research base it's the ESG, it's ESG. And part of the S in the ESG relates to women-led businesses, women-owned businesses, ensuring that as we provide capital to companies, we appoint women largely on boards, but not just women, but women with disabilities. We have a team at the PIC that specifically looks out for these individuals, people who are blind or we go out and look out for them, provided they are qualified, and we put them on boards of companies. So with respect to the youth, which is also quite key, there we encourage, obviously, the younger people to provide their CVs to us, and for companies that are established, we'd like to propose putting them on boards to provide experience. We have what we call a Directors Affairs Committee that nominates and appoints directors, so that's sort of what we do. With regards to our mandate, remember there's also the PIC Act, which governs how we operate. Part of the Act, there is an amendment that was passed recently, and part of that Act is very similar to, maybe Asisa, you would know, in Reg 28, we talk about ESG, which is stipulated in Reg 28 in the Act. For the PIC Act, there is a stipulation to say that for every investment that we do, we need to promote sustainability. Part of sustainability being promoting good societal outcomes within South Africa. So what we are planning, Mepolo, as the PIC, we have been provided with a new mandate on the unlisted side, and thanks to Dondo and the team, of about 25 billion rands. So that 25 billion rands, we'd like to spend it in the next 2 years. Part of that 25 billion, we'd like at least 50% of it to be spent in some form in activities that promote women, either at ownership level or either providing equity capital to your businesses, or lending to your businesses, or ensuring that your businesses are correctly represented at the board, and providing any assistance that you require from us. We understand that as the PIC, we can't cover the whole market. So the strategy for us is that we'd like to partner with as many organizations like 2X, fund managers like yourselves, who have the same goals and objectives, to come to us to work with us. So what we're going to do is that we have a direct direct lending or a direct book that we use, but we also have another portion of our funds dedicated to intermediaries, which are fund managers like Mapolus Business and any other intermediary like the IDC that provides on lending to business-led or business-owned entities. So I think that's sort of it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate. Is this thing on? Is it on? Oh, great. Thank you very much for that. I'm glad that you made mention of the fact that the S is in ESG actually touches on the whole idea of gender lens investing. It also touches on triple BEE, by the way. But what we found, though, is that when you confine the conversation around gender lens investing to ESG and the S of ESG, what typically happens is that everybody focuses on the E and the G and very little on the S. So my challenge to you is to surface the gender lens investing part of ESG. So the S of it, I want us to almost pull the GLI out of the S and make it a standalone, because there's a particular methodology and approach that you adopt when you say that we are adopting a gender lens investing strategy. The minute you say it's part of S, it actually gets lost, and we are then not able to measure it and see the impact. So that is my challenge to you, Ntate Rekgoza. We'll come back to this later on. Thank you very much.
Noted.
And then Men Nontobeko Lubisi from Treasury. The work that National Treasury has been doing around financial inclusion, perhaps you can share with us at a very high level what that entails, what the challenge is that you're trying to address, and how the policy work that has been worked on in the recent past is intended to promote the financial inclusion of women in particular. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Paulo. National Treasury actually published its first draft of the financial inclusion policy in October 2020. So what we have there, the policy, what you will see is that it basically focuses on three main pillars. The first one looking at extending access to individuals in South Africa. And then the second pillar looks at extending access to financial services for SMMEs. And then we look at a pillar which then looks at diversification and looking at bringing in more players into the system. So it's more around issues around competition and making sure that you get other players into the system. But then with regards to how the policy aims to promote the inclusion of women, you are basically looking at that pillar 2, which looks at extending access to women-owned SMMEs. So under that objective, we have a couple of initiatives there. The first one basically looks around the issue of collateral, because we know that one of the barriers that hinders SMMEs from accessing credit is the issue of collateral and lack of tangible assets and collateral. So what we are hoping to achieve with that priority, we want to look at having a situations whereby South Africa starts accepting other forms of collateral, not necessarily looking at immovable collateral per se, but then trying to work out a legislative framework around the acceptance of movable collateral. So I think for us, we feel that this would be a very good initiative, because we know that for many generations, women have struggled for the right to obtain their own property. And we know that especially with the Black community, where women were married in terms of the customary laws, it was actually difficult for them to access land. So we feel that if we work on a policy framework to actually try to change the landscape and say, why don't we as South Africa develop a movable collateral registry that financial services providers can actually start accepting as a form of security for loans, it could, in essence, accelerate then women's participation in the financial sector. So that is one initiative that we have there. Another one that we also feel is important for us, South Africa, is the development of a credit information system. Because what we find is that when you look at your FinScope, according to the 2020 FinScope small business survey, most of businesses, like about 34%, still operate informally. And then it means that they conduct their businesses through the use of their own personal bank accounts. So it becomes difficult for us as policymakers to actually capture those businesses. So what we are actually now trying to say is that isn't there a way of South Africa actually trying to actually develop our credit information systems to ensure that SMMEs are actually also captured and included in such an information system? And then we're then basically saying that you need to, in essence, have a system which allows other alternative lenders to actually also advance such information, for instance, to your NCR, so that we are able to track and monitor women-owned businesses in its entirety without actually necessarily relying on what we then would currently have, which we know that currently it is lacking. So that is one other initiative that we are looking at, basically then enhancing our credit information systems, most especially for SMMEs. And then what we would also then, another initiative that we then have there is we would want to make sure that basically what you want to do there is that you have all your relevant data providers are actually able to access, so it becomes sort of like a shared information system database that then you have all your data providers being able to then access. The other initiative that we also have is around the collection of and analysis of financial inclusion statistics in South Africa. What you will find is that currently South Africa has a large base of demand-side statistics on financial inclusion. But when you look at the supply side, you find that we have been lacking. And this is partly because of the fact that we currently do not have a monitoring and evaluation system framework for financial inclusion in South Africa. So the initiative that we have then are proposing in the financial inclusion policy is the development of a financial inclusion monitor, which will now start to actually monitor the access and usage of financial services across the board. But then what we want to do there is then also look at certain variables that previously you could not be able to obtain information on, and the gender variable is in essence one of them. So we actually, we are envisaging that the financial inclusion monitor will basically go to a lower level of data reporting, and it will actually also look at reporting up to a municipal level, which currently you are not able to get. And the way we envisage going about this monitor is basically the regulators working hand in hand with the regulators and having them collecting this data and then sending it off to the policymakers, which will be Asset Treasury, who will then develop sort of like what you would call your time series annual publication, which shows how we are progressing with financial inclusion in South Africa. So those are, in essence, the kind of initiatives that we are currently looking at the National Treasury.
Okay, thank you very much, Menon Tobeko. After that input, I'm actually of the view that we need to have a standalone session on financial inclusion. I don't think that we are going to be able to do justice to it, because all the points you make are so important and they need to be unpacked. So I'm going to make a request to the organizers that we actually have a session on financial inclusion. That's how important it is. Ndate Magajana, welcome again. You are the incoming chairman of the Government Employee Pension Fund, which is probably the largest pension fund in the country. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that at least 51% of your members are women, meaning that you are managing women's money. So we want to know how you intend using this money of ours to support gender lens investing as a strategy? How are you going to drive the PIC and whoever else it is that you allocate capital to ensure that the money goes to the women of this country in a responsible manner, of course?
Well, thank you very much, Polo, and thanks to Fosa for the invite to the summit. I really appreciate. And when preparing for this, I realized it's important that we actually ensure, Polo, that this money is safeguarded. One, two, that the beneficiaries benefit or members benefit. And if it's 51% of the fund, members are women, then they must obviously benefit. But I was also going to say, TP was proud this morning when he said he's got a target of 9 billion. And I said, TP, come on, please. What is 9 billion after all? Wait until you hear us. And Kabelo is talking 25 billion. Kabelo, that's not my number. I mean, I just started 20 days ago. So again, wait for the space, Polo. You'll see the number. That will make more sense. And why am I saying this? I think, look, pension funds need to do more to ensure that women are advanced in all aspects. Women companies are advanced in all aspects. Infrastructure led by women, the mandated funds for women, all of those. It's important that we firstly align that. I may not be like Kabelo and talk about statistics because, as I say, I'm 20 days old in the job, in this role. So for me, the key is going to be what are the principles that we should be talking about? I think I mentioned one, acknowledging that pension fund needs to do more. We have not done more. We're not done enough. We can be proud and say the ECBIA portfolio has done well, but all I can say is that we need to do more. And we shouldn't only, the COVID-19 pandemic and the challenges that we have today clearly demonstrate that we have to do more. And the mandate that we give to the PIC, of course, should take into account some of the broad aspects that Kabelo spoke about, but however, we need to stand behind and ensure. But what is that we need to improve the situation in South Africa? And let me be a bit dramatic and try and be, and so that Polo, you kind of recognize that I'm the new chair, Why don't we remove companies from our portfolio that fail to make progress on gender diversity?
Hello.
Hello?
Sorry about that. I was just going to say that I've just been told we have very limited time, so I'm not cutting you. I just wanted to be sensitive that if you can do it in 2 minutes, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
I will do that. I will certainly do that. 3 points. One, why don't we remove companies from our portfolio that fail to make progress on gender diversity and also aggressively vote proxies in favor of shareholders' initiatives that would improve diversity in these companies? Why don't we do that as a start and be more dramatic in doing that so that we get the message across around how important it is that gender lens investing becomes a reality in our lifetime. Not only advancing women businesses, investing in organizations, obviously creating special programs. From the GPF side, we have to be obviously under my leadership. I can confidently say, Polo, that we must be creative in a way that we address gender lens investing. We have not done enough. As you say, this has been around 10 years, but I guess we have not done enough. Let's be more dramatic and let's look into the future. What do we want to see in the next 5 years? I think we need to work towards creating a more equal, inclusive society. But advancing women, we think that will be number one, goal that we have to do, that we have to focus on. I wish I had time so that I take you through exactly what the intention is. But we'll obviously engage each other at various levels. One, I find my feet in the role that I'm in now. But the bottom line is that we have not done enough. We have to do more as the GPF, and the mandate must be very clear, and also expanding that mandate both to some of those people in our portfolio and ensuring, as I said, that they do more. And if it means removing companies from our portfolio, let's do that if they don't advance. And this is what you should remember, and me having said that we should work towards removing those that fail to make progress in gender diversity programs. Thank you very much. Thanks, Polo.
Thank you so much, Ndate Mahachane. I think I certainly am very encouraged by what you have said, and they do say a new broom sweeps very clean. So we will be knocking at your door since you are a new broom and take advantage of that. And we will make sure that GLI is your flagship program. But thank you very much, all my panelists, and I must apologize that I had to rush you through your talking, but it is what it is, and I do hope that the organizers will certainly follow up on the financial inclusion discussion. I think it's very critical. And Dr. Makhajana, we will definitely be knocking at your door together with Ndate Khozo to say, where is your gender lens investing toolkit, and how are you mainstreaming it in your investment decision-making processes? Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Polo Liteka. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to call upon Madam Mari, the World Bank Country Director. She will be joining us online to deliver the guest speaker conversation. Thank you. I'll take afterwards. No, after World Bank. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Do you hear me well? Hello? Do you hear me? Good morning, everyone. I want to make sure that you do hear me.
We can hear you, MF.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
So, thank you, everyone, and greeting from Pretoria. It's really a pleasure for me to join you for this session on gender lens investing organized by the WECONA. I think that we do say that, and it has been mentioned by all the previous speakers, that the role of women, the role of gender equality is important for development. And actually, we usually say in the bank, it's smart economics. And we just heard the previous moderator indicating that half of these resources from the pension comes from women. And of course, the workforce, 50% of women. So we have put that at the very center of our agenda at the World Bank globally, because we think that it's absolutely key to meet the objective of reducing extreme poverty and promoting shared prosperity in the world, and certainly in the African region where we are. We have put that as a key priority in the way we structure our program, we mobilize our funding. Because we are also a knowledge institution, what I would like to do, very briefly, is indicate what we have done in the research. And then the moderator spoke about financial inclusion. I think that it's important to add a few words. And I will end by saying briefly the areas where the World Bank Group is engaged. So we have indeed produced a gender assessment that was launched a few months ago with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. And the report is looking essentially at 3 areas: human endowment, economic opportunities, and voice and agency. And I think that, as I heard from the previous speaker, it is important to remind ourselves that actually South Africa has made important progress toward gender equality. And in fact, South Africa has been rated among the top 10 of all countries to have successfully implemented reforms to improve women's legal rights. But are we still there? Certainly not. In terms of the progress, a lot of progress has been identified in human endowment. Most girls are able to at least go to secondary school, and we saw improvement in adult literacy, but we still are behind on economic opportunities. and also invoice and agency. So I thought it would be important to mention that as part of the context. Now, moving at the topic of the session of today, I wanted also to start by providing, a few figures on financial inclusion. First of all, if we look at the SADC region, South Africa is the only country where actually women have more accounts than men from formal institutions. I don't know if anybody is aware of that. And more importantly, the percentage of accounts owned by women has increased significantly just over the past 5 years, from 2017 to just last year. It moved from 68% to 85%, when men are actually at 83%. So women have more accounts. In addition, if we look at the new technology, more women have mobile money account ownership, and more women are receiving digital payments than men, and in a significant difference, 82% versus 70% for men. So that means that at least the access somehow is there. But would we say that because of these numbers we are there? No. I think that probably we need to go a little bit deeper into the situation. And what we see is that despite the fact that women have more accounts than men, women use their account less than men. So looking now at the pattern and what we observe in the way women access to finance and operate, first of all, what we have noted, and this is why I think that the issue of financial inclusion is important, women actually tend to go through informal savings and lending institutions from non-bank financial institution, like the microfinance institution, saving and credit association. We see that more than men. Also for their savings, they tend to also use more than men saving clubs, working with person, these traditional ways of saving and mobilizing resources. But I think that one interesting point that has come from the recent Global Findex is that actually in South Africa, we see that now more women than men are really moving in terms of borrowing, in terms of getting credit, which is encouraging. But the other side of the coin is that the level is still low, because we have 19% of women compared to 17% of men. So that being said, what does that mean? What we need to do to allow greater access to financing and engagement of women in business more broadly. So a few points that I would like to re-emphasize briefly, and I heard some of the previous speakers highlighting some of them, and it will be important for the solution that we are going to recommend. So first of all, I heard, and despite the fact that I did hear that there are a lot of resources available, but I think that which type of resources are available? I think that there is a shortage of seed financing, startup capital, and of course, not sufficient collateral. Secondly, I think that very important is that the attitude toward women, how women perceive as entrepreneurs. I think that these are challenges. And thirdly, do bank and other financial institutions develop products that are adapted to the needs of women? I think that these are sort of the issues that we want to see, we tend to see, and the fact that indeed women tend to borrow smaller amounts make it maybe less attractive for some bank and institution, but there is a need to focus the attention and have dedicated solutions for women. Let me now mention a few points on business ownership and entrepreneurship. So we know that, as I mentioned earlier, a significant improvement made in South Africa for women's rights and legal rights. And as such, the legal framework has absolutely no restriction on women business ownership, which is actually fantastic because it's not the case in all jurisdictions. However, what we see is that women are less likely to own a business, and unfortunately, this trend has not moved favorably in the past decade. So this is why the Wagoner Summit is so important today. I think that the first speaker mentioned, COVID, and what the data tells us is that, in fact, during the strict lockdown, more women than men lost revenues, more women than men had to close their businesses. So clearly, that means that there is a need, to look much more closely at how we support women, especially because we tend to see that women are mostly in the service sectors, where we see men more in manufacturing, construction, and other so-called, men sectors. So how to to change this and facilitate more openness for women engagement. So with that, what would be the way forward and the action that needs to be done to facilitate greater access to women to business, entrepreneurship, and of course, access to finance, which is a key ingredient of business development. So I want to mention 2 or 3 things. The first one is that how do we ensure that we have business development services that are adapted to women? And I think that it's really pleasing that throughout the conference today, you will be hearing of such possibilities. Allow me to mention in our work at the World Bank, we are meeting a number of these specialized developers. Let me mention the Africa Trust Group with Lelemba Fury. I hope that she's in the room. I had suggested to the organizers to invite her because she's a very dynamic investor in women, but I think that what is important, it comes with the support that is needed to address the issue of business plan, accounting system, managerial skills. So it's any issue that were raised by the CEO of IDC at the beginning. I want also to mention the African Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Forum, the AWEF, which is led by Irene Ochem, and it's also a very broad platform because it goes beyond South Africa. So that is the first point in terms of the creating the conditions for women to access to these services, be able to create their company and develop it. Secondly, I think that a key point, and that was already mentioned earlier, is that which type of collateral that women, can produce, can provide. And I think that it's very interesting that for evaluating women's creditworthiness, that consider other spending and lending behaviors, such as, the regularity in rent payments, utility bill payments, payment of mobile phone, allows to assess, the credibility of women entrepreneurs in a different ways. And I would say that, and I will come back to that with the IFC, looking at now innovative ways of scoring would be absolutely important. And finally, and I heard that was also mentioned, and I would like to reinforce it, was the access to data. We need to be able to monitor information, both in the banking system, requiring that the information is provided, per gender, and that we also understand what are the needs of the women so that the solutions are customized to address their needs. Now, I want to add a final point in terms of the way forward that I have not heard so far, which is quite interesting. As you know, as in many countries, in South Africa, the states, the government is a big bias. So it's create opportunity, business opportunities. It is interesting to note that South Africa has made a commitment that 40% of procurement of goods and services from the government should be devoted to women-led and owned enterprises. The key point is that how do you make this happen? And by the way, this is something that has been defined in a number of countries. I know that in Kenya, for example, it is being implemented quite successfully, and I believe that it is up to 30%. But for that to work in South Africa, there is a need to amend the preferential procurement policy framework to make it possible to reflect this 40%. Secondly, there is a need to put mechanism to ensure that in the procurement process, this is recognized, and also that there is a measurement, there is a monitoring system. So I would encourage maybe Wekona to take this agenda forward in discussing, with NT and the authorities. So let me end very quickly by saying what we at the World Bank we are doing. First of all, on the policy side, and I was pleased to see that Nonto Kebe has presented the financial inclusion strategy. This is something that we've been supporting. And in addition to the important point that she has made under this strategy, let me highlight the importance of expanding the distribution network to townships and rural areas, how to promote the township economy that is very strong potential, and also strengthening the financial consumer protection. These are some elements that are very important under the strategy. I will not repeat it. The second one is that we've been working with the Department of Science and Innovation and the Department of Small Business Development to establish a startup community. It is very important that entrepreneurs, and particularly female entrepreneurs, female startups, be able to connect to each other so that they can share market opportunity, they can provide opportunity to each other, and more importantly, have access to the business development services, the financial services, the different funds that are available through the ecosystem. And we are pleased to inform you that the Department of Science has developed an innovation bridge portal that will actually apply not just for South Africa, but for the Southern African region. And it will be a good opportunity for you entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs in the room, to be known about your product, but also to look at opportunities. And finally, talking of the IFC, which is International Financial Corporation, which is our private branch, provides financing. They have invested in a number of funds. I think that the latest one was in Knife Capital, up to $10 million US. And of course, this money is accessible to both men and women, so you need to be aware of that. But they also provide advisory services, and they are working indeed to provide alternate data for creditworthiness, as I mentioned briefly, for underserved individual, looking at pilot in some value chain. I heard the previous moderator indicated, the need to work through value chains. There is a pilot that is being developed for 2 value chains, and based on the success, this could be expanded, and that will be a very nice way to compensate for the lack of collateral that you can provide, given the constraint that I heard previously on land. So very pleased to be here, and we are determined to support it through our policy agenda that we are doing in our dialogue with NT, but also through the concrete investment that we are doing through the IFC, but also through the project that the World Bank itself can finance. So I am looking forward to continue to hear the conversation. Thank you again to the Wakona team for putting such an important agenda on the table at this very moment that is quite crucial in this post-COVID, where we are trying to reignite activities and growth in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Mari. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to open the floor for some interaction, 1 or 2 questions for the previous speakers. And we'll also like to invite questions from the delegates that are joining us online. So the floor is open for 1 or 2 questions. If anyone has a comment or question, to direct it to all our previous speakers. Those who are available to take the question will then take it. I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Zipo, and I'm here on behalf of NFLA. I have a question for Mr. Kabelo from PIC. And the question is that, is there an active framework ensuring that there are enough women in leadership positions at PIC, as well as the listed companies that are funded by PIC?
Let's just wait for Ms. Derikoto to get a roving mic to answer the question. There it is, sir. Thank you. There's another one.
Is this one? I think this way.
For someone else who wants.
Thanks for the question. So I think the question was that, is there an active framework from the PAC as an organization to promote women within the organization, and also at companies that we have equity stakes in? So within the PIC, I think that when it comes to hiring of the team, you will see that we are quite a diverse group of individuals across race, color, gender. If you look within our stats, I think that we have quite a lot of females, yeah, in the team. I think that number, the IC chair will assist me, but it's potentially closer to parity between men and male. With regards to the plans, when it comes to investee companies, we are quite deliberate in promoting women empowerment. Like I said earlier, the key one for us, the key driver for us, we think for any company starts at the board. So within how we nominate and appoint board directors for companies that we own or have equity stakes in, we try by all means to ensure that we appoint women. So women, I'd say it's women, it's people of color. Within people of color, it's obviously women, youth, and people with disabilities. So we tend to focus quite a lot on that. And we have I'd have to say that we have a strong bias towards it. So it's how we impact companies at the board level. If we have to appoint the C-suite, we strongly encourage the companies that we communicate to through our ESG team to give preference to people of color and women and people, youth and people with people who may be disabled, but obviously be very strong in terms of intellect. I think that covered it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rekotso. There's another question on our platform from Mandisa Makwatlaza. She's asking, where can they find more information on gender lens investing? So the floor is open to all the speakers and facilitators. You can take that question. Thank you. Yes,
I just happen to be next to the speaker. So. I think there's a lot of information on gender lens investing on the 2X Challenge website. I'm sure the organizers can make that website available. We also have on our website as IDF Capital, we've got a gender lens investing toolkit that gives you a very practical approach to applying gender lens investing as part of your investment process. But those are the two organizations that I'm aware of. There's also another organization called Gender Smart, what do they call them? Gender Smart Investment. But I think they've just joined forces with 2X. I saw an announcement recently. And then when you also go to quite a number of international DFIs like your CDC, IFC, FinDev, EIB, the IDC doesn't have it yet. I don't know why, because they're actually they are very active. I don't know why they don't have it, but they should have it. So if you go to a lot of international DFIs, you also find that there is quite a lot of talk around gender lens investing.
Thank you so much.
Nonzuzo, just to add on what Paul is saying, I think the issue of gender lens investment is very big. And I agree with her in a sense that we have to take it out of the ESG because it gets lost. That S needs to be a capital S. And it has to be like an asset class on its own. And that is why you are seeing your climate finance products. We also need to have like a gender lens products that are the outcome of the entire gender lens investments. Because the minute you put as an asset class, it becomes much easier to be seen. You've seen the gender bonds. We're going to hear Balawil today telling us about what they're going to the market with as a gender loan, so that women can be able to know that there is so much available that we can really access, from big business to small businesses to the micro. business side. And I'm happy what Kabel is raising, that one of the things that we are working on at the PIC is the fund of funds, whereby we give funding to those that are in the market, providing those loans. But that will be specific now for gender. And we've had the GEPF saying we need to be dramatic, and we are going to be dramatic. The market needs to watch. We are going to be dramatic to make sure that when we mean gender, we just don't mean minute. We really mean business from an investment point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Trifosa.
So I just wanted also to quickly add that on the question, the participant, that precisely the Innovation Bridge portal is meant to collect this information. Of course, it will not be specialized on gender, but it will provide all information on financing opportunities. So I think that this way, the one that are also focused on female, on women will be also presented. So I think it's good. And as mentioned by the other person on the IFC side, you will be able also to find some information. And let me also say that the gender assessment of South Africa is available online, and it has a very important chapter on financing as well.
Thank you so much, Madam Mary. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Hi, sorry. My name is Bianca Williams. Thank you very much. I'm a founder of an organization called Kulisani Foundation. We've got an initiative that's been running since 2010 called Campaign for Girls. What we've basically been doing is running development programs across the country and focusing on developing young women on different levels, particularly holistic development. And one of the things that we've actually done as well is to involve young women within the value chain of agriculture, which is something that we are very big in. We've actually got a site in Mpumalanga where we're working, and we're actually engaging young people in agri-skills, but not just learning the skill, which is obviously a life skill, knowing how to plant and grow your own food, which we knew how important it was with the COVID pandemic as well, but really being involved in terms of skill, knowledge, and ownership for the entire value chain. We want young women who are involved in ownership from when the seed goes into the ground all the way to processing, logistics, marketing until it gets to the plate. So that's what we are doing in Campaign for Girls, amongst other things. What I would like to find out is, from all the speakers that we have here today, what is it that you guys have available for development programs? I think it's amazing for me to actually also be in this room to absorb all the knowledge from, women who are in the race, who are already, doing certain things in terms of developing or really investing in women-led organizations. But I think also something that is very clear is that this investment needs to go beyond just the level of when you're already in business. And I've seen it as somebody who's been on the field, somebody who has spoken to corporates. It's really been difficult getting the support when it comes to development programs. Right now, I think very soon my daughter, who's in her first year of high school, she's gonna be done with her exams. I'm gonna pick her up and I'm gonna come back here because these are the conversations that I know actually also impact her. So I think it's very important for these organizations, and I know, of course, when it comes to investing in businesses and being able to get young women and youth and women on boards, get them in leadership positions, that's very true, that's very important. But let's always remember grassroots and development levels so that intervention doesn't come at a late stage. We need to introduce this intervention from those levels already. I'm here for the whole day. Kulisani Foundation Campaign for Girls. There's a lot of programs that we are doing, agriculture being one of them, another thing being young women in media. And we'd really like to engage. We've got the ideas, we've got the energy, we've got the passion, we've got the drive. We just really need that push, that fuel, so that we are able to implement these programs, so that in a couple of years, we already have young women who are involved on those levels and who have been groomed and developed from an early age as well. So for organizations like Campaign for Girls, for organizations like YLC, Young Leaders Connect, it's very important to start with developing young women from an early age all the way high school, varsity, until they get to a point where they enter the professional world and they already have that that certain level of consciousness into what the space looks like, what their contribution will be, and what the outcome will be, so that they can also be part of socio-economic development of the country and really of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that powerful pitch. And I hope that, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard her speak. You know, as a woman in business, starting out being in a developmental space, it's not an easy one. All the support is needed. And it's difficult to break doors and get the opportunities. So I concur with your submission, because I once went through that. I still am sometimes. It's not easy when your approach is developmental to crack it, because some of the help that is available is mostly on maybe profit-making side of things than the social side of things. So I guess, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to strike a balance, because we are a developing nation challenged with social problems. We can be economical, but we also need to consider where we come from. Other areas are not as developed. There are social ills that are there that will require different instruments to finance those programs. It's something to take forward. I'm gonna leave the bone with you, and maybe we'll take the conversation further later. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like, before we call upon the next panel, which will be facilitated by Ms. Pelisa Nkomo, I would like to propose that we have a 5-minute leg stretch. We are pressed for time. It would be great if we could just quickly grab a cup of coffee, go quickly run to the loo, and come back. The time now is 10:59. If I could please have you back at 10:05. and gentlemen, may I request that we are seated before we start our next panel? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, may we proceed to the next panel? May I please call on stage Mr. Saki Zamkaka, the CEO of JEP. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to call upon Mr. Mkolisi Machamba, the CEO of SIFA. Okay, he's not in the room yet. May I also call Ms. Zodwa Mbele, the executive from DBSA. Please give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. I would also like to call Ms. Lucretia Kumalo from the IDC. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hand over to Ms. Pelisa Nkomo, who will be facilitating this session. Over to you, Cecily.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francis. I just want to check if we have all our panelists. I think there's a panelist we're missing. There's one person that we're missing. So, who are you representing? Come, Karishma from NEF. Yes. Mr. Machamba, the chair is waiting for you, sir, over there. All right, so really this session, I think from the discussion we had earlier, so this session really gets into the crux of the conversation. And I think let me just give a two or three liner why we have Women's Economic Assembly, and Nonzos has done so well earlier on. Is that one of the key things that we've done in South Africa, which is so unique, is to link gender-based violence and economic power, but also fundamentally to talk about the role of economic power and structural transformation in society. But what you then do is that you actually looked at behavioral issues, but as well as the economics. So what a Women's Economic Assembly from a financial perspective is actually recognizing that if we don't deal with issues of access to opportunities for women, but also as well as men, we'll continue as the country to be actually trapped into gender-based violence. So my key remarks is just to say that gender equitable, inclusive growth is about closing the gap or dealing with gender inequality. And at the heart of that is actually making sure that you deal with the three components of the economy. The first one, it's around production. The other one is social reproduction, that's what actually the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence looks at. And the third one, which is such an important pillar, which is the finance. Okay, can we still get some of the people to come in? And when you come in, please close the door. Thank you very much, yes. So, and I think this session really, amongst the key things that it actually looks at, it's look at most of the panelists who are sitting with us very nicely. All of them are actually state-owned enterprises. So in essence, I think the instrument we're saying is that actually we need to start holding accountable institutions that have been established by government to make it sure that there's an increased access to finance, but at the heart of it is that there's actually gender lenses. So I'm going to be asking them generic questions, but I want to leverage on the last point of the young woman who spoke earlier, where she says, we must not forget people from the grassroots. And that actually takes me straight into what Mr. Sageza Mkaka does from the township economic perspective and as a CEO of GPF. That take us through what does GPF does in as far as gender lenses in terms of its own financing and supporting the whole ecosystem of SMME.
Thank you, Pelisa, and good morning to everyone. First, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, for those who don't know, we effectively the IDC for Gauteng. We a DFI owned by the provincial government of Gauteng that finances SMEs. So we're not specific to certain sectors. We pretty much finance across everything. There's a big initiative Gauteng has been working on for years now. They call the township economy. And this year, an act of parliament was passed called the Township Economy Development Act. And the act wanted to enable certain things. One is a designation of what townships are, because legally speaking, any development is a township. But we've used the term colloquially, so you define what those are. And with the definitions come certain proclamations which come with certain potential benefit, whether tax or financing. And the one we'll focus on today is financing. We've set up SGP through the province, a Township Economy Partnership Fund, and that fund, we partner with the IDC on it. It's currently a 500 million rands fund that we've put together. We have SASME that's onto it. Again, as I said, we're generally not sector focused, so we're agnostic on sectors, but there's a lot of push on townships. And we're doing the township focus not because it's so much a social thing to do, but it's an economic imperative. You have people who live in townships, they consume. There's a lot of needs and services that are required. From backroom rentals, there's a thriving market in townships of backroom rentals, not formalized because generally it's been difficult to finance. There's taxi economy, there's retail. If you look at many developments, actually a lot of developers have seen more growth in smaller regional and township developments than your traditional ones in the suburban area. So there's a lot of economic potential in townships that can be leveraged by dealing with certain infrastructure challenges from government, whether it's bulk infrastructure, but also just pure funding, because again, there's not generally been research focused into townships. So that's what we're doing. Actually, one of the entities that are here, we're setting up a fund with them that is going to be on retail, and that entity is women-owned. So we've not yet put a target on how much of these funds are going to be targeted on women. There is a generic target in the province that 50% of the initiatives we do should be to women, but because we're generally demand-driven, it's not always easy to do it, and that's why it would be important for us to work with the assembly on a partnership. So one of the questions we were asked is, what can we do? So on this Township Economic Partnership Fund...
Park that
Yeah.
one. That
Okay.
will be your closing remarks. All right. Sizodwa from DBSA. DBSA is one of the oldest development finance institutions. And I suppose there are a few lessons we can learn in how you probably have, over the years, had developed gender, funding, but strategy, but also how has that evolved? Take us through that.
Okay, thank you very much, Pelisa. So as you have rightfully indicated, being a DFI that is focusing on infrastructure development finance. So by just nature, when you think of infrastructure, you're capital intensive, you're talking billions rand worth of infrastructure, which is quite daunting and can be very much intimidating. But having said that, that has not really make us to shy away from having gender mainstreaming as our strategic thrust. And that strategic thrust is sitting on 4 pillars. One of the pillars it's an investment, meaning investing in women-owned or championed businesses. What the bank has done for many years, I think even Paulo earlier had indicated that, gender mainstreaming is not a new thing, especially in the development finance institution. We have been calling it different names. And as a result, for us, the journey started a couple of years ago, especially post-1994, where back then, there was a lot of third-party managed funds, one of which I think Mamle Wendulu Habe, we invested in one of those funds, which was called at the time Women Empowerment Fund, and other, facilities. But, fast forward, where we are, most people are aware of the renewable programs, which has really given an opportunity for Black women in particular, to participate in what is traditionally, provided by public sector and also, private sector with big balance sheet. But that program has enabled a lot of Black women participation in that. Of the, from round 1 to round 4, we invested close to 2 billion, and of that, 467 million was attributable to Black women participation and other women as well. But also lately, we also have the same round 5, which is at an advanced stage in terms of the due diligence. We are looking at the proposals of about just over 6 billion, and 800 million of that is attributable to women participation. But outside the RIP program, in other sectors as well, if you look at, telecoms, we've even moved into the fintech. So it's not only Black women participation, but also white women-owned female participation in there. A nice fintech company where we invested about 20 million US dollar. So even the new innovation, new sectors where we play a huge role. But also on the social aspect of it, where private sector owned clinics, we have also done some inroads as a bank in financing women-owned businesses, and even in education, where I know one majority, I may not mention her name, but quite a prominent figure who owns about 50% of the school that is operating here in Gauteng. And DBSA has also been involved in financing such opportunities. So we've kind of come a long way, as a bank in terms of funding. But what we are doing now, it's more giving a sharper focus. And as such, we are also making sure that I know my colleague is here, who's one of the gender mainstreaming specialists in the project. So when we perform due diligence, we have a gender, a specialist in the program itself, just to ensure that, women-related issues are taken care of, not only just at the ownership level, it could be within the value chain, as you have seen, the other presentations earlier on, how do the women get impacted by the infrastructure that is going to be laid out. So it doesn't need to be on the employment, doesn't need to be at the leadership level, but also the impact is generally beyond the project and how it affects that. I think that's it in a short summary. There's a lot we can go to town to demonstrate really the impact that we have been making in women-owned businesses. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Suzoto. So, Lucretia, when the CEO of IDC was making opening remarks, he highlighted some of the constraints within women businesses, where women businesses, one person will be CEO, CFO, HR, do admin, right? So that it is a structural constraint, by the way. So, and I want to understand, how does IDC get around that structural constraint in terms of as a hurdle, because it speaks directly to issues around access to finance and the fact that's why you have one person who plays multiple roles. So how do you get around it in terms of supporting business? So what's your hand-holding approach in ensuring that you meet your gender investment strategy, of gender funding strategy?
Thank you, Pelisa, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for coming to the IDC. I'd like to also welcome you to our house at the IDC. We're very excited to have you here as Wekona. I must just say, what the CEO was talking about is really true. And where I can start here is that really the IDC has been supporting women-owned businesses, or the focus on putting on a female gender lens to transactions for quite some time. Dating back to 2008, the IDC launched a 300 million rands Women Enterprise Fund, really specifically to focus on supporting women-owned enterprises. The funding was supposed to assist with patient capital. So patient capital is also one of the key hindrances that are to allow women to be able to enter into, for example, manufacturing type businesses, energy businesses that Zodo was talking about, really getting into the mainstream of the economy. So this was launched in 2008, and you won't believe this, although the fund did run from 2008 to 2016, the fund was not successful. It was concessionary funding, but during this time, it was not successful. It was only successful later on in 2016 when the focus on really focusing on women actively came about. So two things we learned from the implementation of the WEF. Overall, the fund did not perform to the level of our satisfaction until we had specific targets for women's funding, which was in financial year 2016. And once we had specific targets on women, we saw that the fund was immediately depleted. So what did we learn from this? For us to be successful in supporting women, we've got to be deliberate, and we've got to target them, and we've got to be present where women are. The second lesson that we learned is we have to be out there. We have to have a pipeline of women-owned businesses that we can support. And in doing so, what we've learned is you have to be involved from early stage. So early stage business support, putting together a business plan, assisting with structures and strategies, marketing plans, etc. These are some of the important things we have learned, particularly when you're supporting women-owned businesses as well as youth-owned businesses. So we've really found this to be something that we are using as we prepare for the future. We're currently working on a framework, a new fund that we're currently working on that will be coming up soon, where we have conceptualized how to create an impactful women-owned business pipeline with appropriate incentives. Those will be financial. As I said earlier, you need patient capital because you've got to allow the concept of failing forward. You have to support women who are going to start a business, fail, try again, fail, try again, fail. Maybe they pass the fifth time. So this is something that we have learned is very, very important. And while you do that, you've got to provide non-financial support. So as we conceptualize this fund, these are some of the things we're doing. I must say, although I've said that that particular fund was not successful, because we've added the measurement of funding women businesses and succeeding women businesses over the period 2015 to 2021, the IDC has approved about 78 billion rands, and of this 13 billion rands has been specifically to women-owned businesses. So this is something that we've focused on and will continue to be something that we do. As I said, we've now allocated about 9 billion rands towards women over the next 3 years. I think the CEO spoke to that earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
As we move forward, what are some of the things that we are...
Just hold on the futuristic.
Okay.
You've outlined very well, so we'll come back to that.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Thank you, Felicity.
I think on the note of a patient capital, NEF colleague, you have an experience of blended finance, and just take us through around the model that you use on that, but also build in this concept of patient capital because you've actually tested it. Take us through what does NEF undertakes its blended finance.
Thank you so much. Yes, I mean, for the NEF, just before I get into the specific topic of blended finance, we have the specific privilege of being led by a woman CEO, a female CEO, who we really, really draw inspiration from. And I think for the NEF, what I definitely can say from personal experience is that women empowerment is something that we live and breathe, and we take very seriously. And I think it makes a very big difference when it comes from that level and it feeds into every aspect of the organization, and you actually see development and efforts and proactive efforts being made to advance women empowerment. In terms of patient capital, the NEF generally is a very patient lender. We understand the market that we serve and the fact that a lot of the businesses, the business people that we serve don't have sufficient own contribution, business experience and such. So we know that for them to grow businesses, it takes time and a lot of hand-holding. So we've got a lot of post-investment support and non-financial support. So firstly, we've got an incubation facility where we take them through what it means to run a business for yourself, all of the basic things that they need to learn and understand in order for them to launch into their business venture. And then once they're in the system, we also have post-investment support like mentorship that we provide at no cost to them. My role at the NEF is I'm involved in the turnaround space, so we provide turnaround solutions for distressed businesses to really help them through the uncertainty that comes with an early stage business and also in this economic climate as well. So we do a lot of additional things to make sure that we service the target market that we have, and we provide tailor-made solutions for each business. It's a very personal experience, it's a very personal service. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and we do understand that in terms of our mandate, we do need to look at that balance between the mandate and the commercial return. So it's something that we take very seriously, and we spend a lot of money on it because we don't want our clients to bear the burden of that.
Excellent. I think Sifa plays in a space where there are even much more structural constraints, right? The small businesses. Just take us through around, I've been seeing you've been actually even targeting bakeries, for example, and even investing in actual training. Just take us through around the strategic thinking and how you are actually supporting the growth and the sustainability of that, small business sector.
Thank you, Program Director. As CIFA, you will know that you are a credit provider which focuses really on providing access to finance to SMEs that would ordinarily not be funded by commercial banks. And there's a subsidiary of IDC, by the way. We focus really on these women in the main at CIFA that we won't ordinarily find in center. We're targeting the rural women, and our programs actually are very, very responsive in ensuring that we provide access to those women-based entities in the rural, what we call areas. We developed the program called TRAP, which is a Township Rural Entrepreneurship Program, where we've even lowered the qualifying criteria for that program to make it easy for these enterprises that are actually small, predominantly rural-based, to access funding at CIFA. For example, for the past 3 years, we actually disbursed about 7 billion to these SMEs, and also the bigger ones. About 38% of that money went to women-owned businesses, which is approximately 2.7 billion. And going forward, we want to provide more and more funding actually in that space. One of the things that we've been actually providing support is the co-ops. But what we've realized, the old-fashioned model of co-ops is not working, where you just take a group of women, you put them into this forced marriage of working in a particular field. You come back 6 months down the line, the thing has collapsed. Now we're coming with an approach working with corporates, the like of Tiger Brands and Spark Group, where we say, let's use the successful aggregator model that Tiger Brands is using for big farmers. We want to actually take that model and use it predominantly in these rural areas where women have got access to land, but there's no support for them to be able to cultivate that land. And we say, each family, you bring your 5 hectares, your 10 hectares, plus or minus 5 families. You have an aggregator that provides, being an agronomist sometimes, that provide the technical support on how to run in the agro space now, that particular farm. The same aggregator must negotiate uptake agreements with the likes of SPA. SPA has come aboard. They said, listen, we will work with you in this aggregator model. Tiger Brand is bringing the technical expertise because they've tested that model and it works actually in the areas where they operate. But Tiger wants bigger land parcels like 100, what we call hectares. These rural women won't have access to 100 hectares. We said, okay, fine. Let's take the model and test it actually in these smaller operating areas. And the CIFA will provide the funding through the co-ops fund to make sure that, one, technically they are supported in producing and reaching the yields that are required. Two, we provide uptake agreements from the likes of the boss. If you go to any rural area in South Africa, you will find a SPA. But who actually supplies the inputs to SPA?
Yep.
So those are some of the what call interventions that we're going to be putting forward to make sure that we provide this access to the rural, but also in the townships. We realize that the group lending scheme that we have, which works pretty well in the rural areas.
Yep.
I mean, we supported close to 70,000 of these women and male-owned enterprises, but predominantly they are women. It doesn't work in the townships because there are different cultural issues that you find in the rural space that you don't find in the township. We said, okay, let's change the model of funding in the townships. Let's look at targeting the Stokvels because there seems to be honor amongst the Stokvel members. But if you come as CIFA, it's a different ball game. So those are some of the interventions, and you find that a majority of players in those Stokvels are women. A majority of players in these co-ops that didn't work in the past, some of them are women. And I was actually excited to hear the leaders talk about the youth in agri, because we're seeing now a gravitation of youngsters to the agri space. I don't know whether it's out of desperation because they can't find jobs, and we're seeing a lot of them applying for funding from CIFA, and working with the Department of Agriculture through the fund that they gave us to actually provide access to finance to these smallholder farmers and emerging farmers. So we've got a list of programs that we're going to be rolling out as CIFA, targeting women and youth in particular.
That's excellent. I really like how you link actually the issue of access to finance, access to land. You speak fundamentally factors of production. No entrepreneur can run a business without access to land or infrastructure, finance, expertise, etc. Right? And I think for me, it's actually you're starting to come home. But I do think that there needs to be even and I also like the point you're raising around the sociological dynamics between townships and the rural communities, and how you actually can build on cultural identity to actually build or cultural values to build a vibrant businesses. And I do think that again, it means that we need to, what finance institutions need to start to do is to build some of those sociological dynamics, because in essence, they feed off, but also they kind of like influence the dynamics and how the business grows going forward. Now, because, today's conversation is really about solution-oriented. Now, I'm going to give Saki to really talk about what are some of the futuristic issues that they are, planning. I know, for example, they have a very nice, probably it's amongst the few DFIs where you can apply any time of the year, and I was quite excited to see that, because others you have to apply. Once you miss the closing date, it means that you have to wait for another 3 months, and it means that then your business you actually don't know when you get financing. And I thought, that's just one way of progress towards what we talk about around access to finance. Saki, what are the futuristic plans around GPF and dealing with township economy?
No, thanks, Pelisa. Actually, a lot of the stuff, as I said, is already happening, is not future. So maybe to start where you started, our applications are open throughout the year. It's on the basis of whether we have funds that are available. You apply online, and all the applications are done online. So if anybody here wants to apply, you can do that. But one of the things for entrepreneurs who are in the room we've put a little bit of focus on is what we call contract or purchase order finance. A lot of entrepreneurs get contracts, whether it's a corporate with a lot of these ESD programs, or they get a project from government and they need working capital. We finance up to 5 million per transaction on that, so you can apply, and we try and keep the timelines fairly decent. And then the last one, as I mentioned, we have the Township Economy Partnership Fund. We've done with the IDC. Those of you who want to apply directly and are doing businesses in townships, we can fund up to 10 million per transaction. And those who want to do partnerships, as I said, there's one business that we've set up a partnership with where you bring matched funding. We put a rand for a rand, we go up to 50 million per transaction on those ones. So depending again on the assembly, whether you have a formal structure you work through, we can partner with you on those. If not, we can then look at other forms of partnerships. If it's not the funding, we can then do the business development support. So we can have a program where you develop women. But for us, what's important is it must be enterprises. So we're not on the social side for as long as there's an economic element, but we do fund the developmental aspects of it.
Okay, excellent. Soto?
So I think for us at DBSA, what we have done is to intensify our efforts on two fronts. The equity, requirement. Any funding structure does require some equity, and we realize that most of and that applies across so many businesses, especially that are sponsored by Black people, but obviously with women as well in that lens. So where there's a shortage of equity. So we have gone a step further where DBSA, we can, either you warehouse the equity just for the project to be sustainable. At some point, obviously, we exit through the existing BE entity and women entity that we are financing. So there's various financial instruments, or we pref share whatever that we can put in. These instruments they've always been in existence. It's just that you just needed to have that more focus in looking into women-owned businesses. But again, similar to what IDC is doing in terms of the KPIs, we've moved away from the value transactions, from the 9 billion. We work on because we started there, we failed dismally. So we ended up looking at the number of transactions that we would like to close for which are women-led. And my scorecard, I'm sitting with 3 of them as a minimum, absolute minimum, that needs to be achieved with committed, that is not to appraise and approve, to the commitment level, because there you have a deal. So that's one part. But the second part, what we have done as well, is to also intensify our efforts on the upstream level, meaning the project preparation. So what we tend to see is that most of the projects, they come not advanced in terms of the project preparation for bankability purposes. So what we have done now is to go even deeper in the project prep space, where we say to individuals, I always make use of this example, and some of you have heard it, Nonzuzo has heard it before, where we say, here's a graduate, BCom graduate, slick, BCom graduates with land, but nothing else. She inherited land from the forefather, and she comes from Harankua or Soshanguve area, where she thinks, I can set up a student accommodation here. Potentially, when you look at it, you have a market potentially, you have a land. All she needs now, somebody to assist her to put this project together for bankability. Potentially, it's there, you can see it. And obviously, you guide her properly. So that's really the area that we want to play at, where we have said our project preparation team should not just look at what is at, FL level 2, meaning post-concept, pre-feasibility, because that was originally our mandate. We'll only look pre-feasibility and then bring a few things. You must bring something that is almost bankable. You're just waiting for one outstanding matter before it gets to that stage. So this time around, you can tell it's so raw the way I'm demonstrating it. So there's a dedicated resource that needs to really assist this individual to, in fact, even to point out where potentially can also find other potential funders on the MES or on the equity side to bring the project. So that's really what we are trying to look into, because we see those are long-hanging fruit. Maybe the last part, and I said it's two-pronged, but I think the last one that we want to revisit, I mentioned earlier on that we used to have a lot of third-party managed, the PE funds, those who are familiar with the concept, where some of them were driven by some women. At some point, the PE funds for the bank did not perform at the level that was expected, so we kind of canned it, the new funds. But it's something that we want to revisit, specifically because the market is telling us something different. The market intelligence and the need out there for, for women-owned PE funds. So we want to revisit and take that to board as something that we want to focus on going forward.
Wow.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's great. Lucretia?
Felisa, do you want me to add to what they've...
Yeah, please, yes. Yeah.
So I think I've been really well covered by the two individuals. And as I said earlier, there is this concept of the patient capital. What we've also learned is similar to DBSA. When it comes to the youth, when it comes to women, we found that primarily they will do the easy businesses, the normal kind of B&B, they will do those, but more and more of them want to be in the mainstream, you know, manufacturing, the energy, mining. But what you then find is maybe someone has got the technical expertise, but doesn't have the financial expertise, or has the financial expertise, but doesn't have the technical expertise. So these are some of the challenges that we find, or doesn't have the management expertise. I think earlier on we spoke about these entrepreneurs who start businesses and then they are the CEO, COO, CFO, everything in one person. It's not practical, but it's because of you know, the availability of resources. So what we do is we do assist them in the business case, as the DBSA has said. So we do have a pre-business support, and sometimes that is frustrating for a lot of applicants who approach us, because it means that your application process might take long, because it has to, because we have to look at all these elements of a business. A business is not just a product. A business is also access to market. We have to understand where you're going to sell this market. We have to look at diversity of markets, because if you only have one customer and something happens to that customer, they get hit by a bus, your business will be dead. So we work with women to look at all the elements of a business: management, who's going to run your business, the finances, how are you going to report, and we do assist them to access funding. We are currently working also, I think we've already established an equity top-up fund for Black people, also working with DTIC to access the Black Industrialist Fund. So there are pockets that we can access, but it all starts with a good business case, a sound business case that has got a business plan. And of course, I mean, it doesn't end at providing funding, right? There's this hand-holding that must happen, post that. And that is as important as establishing a business, accessing the funding. In fact, it's much more important to handhold for the long run, because, as I said, people have different experience and expertise. So you can't expect them to just go into the wild west by themselves. So we do have that post-investment business support where we provide, and it's specific, you know, like the NEF, we look at what do you need, because people need different things, and then we assist with doing that.
Maybe, Lucretia, just talk about your capacity building, finance and support that is actually quite unique that you IDC have.
Yes, so it is in my team. We've got a team that does business support. So there's a number of ways in which we do it. So when we invest in a company, we sit with management, we do what you call value creation plan. So we say, how are we going to make your dream into a business? Because the dream and a business is not the same thing. So we then say, okay, so your dream, how are we going to unlock it? We need to make sure that you are coming in, you're an engineer, for example, and you're wanting to create a plant to make those plastic bottles, right? You know technically how to produce plastic bottles, but do you understand the costing? Do you understand the raw material? Do you have enough sources of that raw material? So we work with you to understand how we unlock the dream into a business by looking at all the elements. Once we've done that, our business support team will then say, okay, these skills you have, maybe you can go and call your friend who's an accountant to come and be an accountant in your business, whatever it is. And then the additional ones, we provide, sometimes it's all grant, we will provide funding, we will source from our panel companies that will then come and assist you with HR, with payroll, with all these other things that make a business functional, and then assist you with governance so that you can make sure that your business now is functional, and then you can focus on your key elements that you've got strength in.
Excellent. Yes, I'm wrapping up. So NEF, there's a social component, by the way, in your blended finance, which I think there was a question earlier in terms of how do you actually address that component. Well, we know that for every business you need to get commercial value and there's a social component in it. So how do you make it sure that in your funding you build those components in? And then I'll bring Ubutungolisa after that
All
for
right,
another
no,
minute.
thank you for that question. There's a lot of factors that we take into consideration when we look at a transaction as the NEF. And there's what's called the empowerment dividend. So in that empowerment dividend calculation, we look at women ownership, broad-based, the fact that the business may be situated in a rural area or in a province that isn't economically advanced, but there's various factors that we take into consideration, and that also leads to our pricing model calculation. So we definitely do give much more concessionary terms to transactions that have those aspects in them. And as the NEF as well, I did mention previously all of the post-investment and turnaround support. I think it's really important because with an organization the size that we are, we're able to give that tailor-made solution to the client as opposed to treating the client as, one of many. So that's really the angle that we come in with. So we are very, very hands-on. We are at your business, we conduct site visits, we give you that hand-holding process. And just in closing, I just want to say from my side that we've done a bit of an analysis on our portfolio, and we found that women-led businesses actually are more successful than the ones that don't have women involvement. So we actually do see that whatever characteristics and whatever attributes a woman brings to the table leads to better business-making decisions, because it's maybe a more holistic view, or there's certain aspects that they bring, but the stats show us that women-led businesses are definitely more successful.
Yes, but Mkolis, in your sociological observations, right, what are the things that you think, entrepreneurs who still play in the micro and small sector require support on in terms of your own hand-holding approach as you wrap up?
What we've picked up in the space within which we operate, one of the biggest challenges is the packaging of the deal. For example, the department launched what was called the Youth Challenge Fund. We received about 2,700 applications. Guess what? Only 98 were ready for funding, just from the packaging of the business plan. And now we said we need a focus actually on assisting these emerging entrepreneurs on packaging the deals, because the idea may be good, but the person is just unable to put it in a package form that is fundable. So we do a lot of work now in assisting them to package the deals, pre-funding, and then also post-funding. The post-investment support becomes critical, but top of the list from the entrepreneurs is that they want access to market. So it becomes important to work with the corporates to provide them with these off-take agreements for whatever that they produce. But going forward from CIFA's point of view, we've also been running the credit guarantee scheme. In the main, we've been working with the banks, the commercial banks, to provide the credit guarantee. And it worked well, because in the year ended 2021 March, we provided guarantees to the tune of about 201 million. And the banks in turn extended credit to the tune of 1.3 billion, which is a 6.25, what we call a multiplier effect. And we're saying, by the way, Treasury never funded us. We mainly funded by the EU. And we said to the Treasury, with the credit guarantees that you're dishing out, you may need to actually give some to us, because we've got a program that is successful and working. Now we're going to work with corporates to actually provide guarantee to the corporates to give SMMEs inputs into their manufacturing enterprises. For example, we've got Max Steel, where Max Steel will give entrepreneurs about 30 to 60 days credit, mainly your steel fabricators. And then CIFA comes in to guarantee that credit so that the Max Steel is able to give these people their inputs, because you don't have cash, some of them, to buy and pay at the gate. So they needed that intervention. Now we're introducing the credit guarantee in the corporate space to unlock access to credit for manufacturers, because we've got finally, a very popular program within CIFA, the Small Manufacturing Entrepreneurship Program, which is funded by the DTIC and the Department of Small Business. Very popular. We're doing blended finance to try and de-risk the deals. Up to 20% actually of the funding is a grant. And it's one of our best performing actually programs. Even during the COVID-19 period, it was one of the performing ones. And there will be that stop and go, but the book or the portfolio is not doing that bad. So those are some of the interventions, but critically, it's provision of pre-funding support, post-funding, and access to market.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think part of what this session was about is really sharing information. So we know that in our economy we have information asymmetries, but now we know what each development finance institution is doing. So certainly when all the gentlemen and women, when they sit down, please approach them so that you can actually have a conversation with them going forward. Thank you very much, Nonzuzo.
Much, Sis Pelisa, and to the panels. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the next panel. The Q&A session will follow after we conclude this panel. This panel will be facilitated by Ms. Pitsim Nisi, and the panelists are Mr. Sisajia, who's available, who's going to join the conversation right now. Please make some noise for him. We're also going to be joined by Ms. Jessica Rhodes, an acting CEO of SAFCA. Oh, she's busy getting ready, putting her a mic purse. We have two other panelists joining us online. Ms. Sakinotu Balde from the African Development Bank. Do you have her on the line? Oh, there she is. Welcome. We also have Ms. Rilebuhile from Balloweld, who's also joining us online. Oh, is she physical? Oh, there she is. Oh, thank you. Just a second, ladies and gentlemen, to get our speakers ready. In the meantime, we can be thinking about the questions that we would like to pose for both this panel. The panel that has just finished and the one that is about to start. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Ms. Pitsim Nisi, who's going to facilitate this panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, everybody. I hope I'm audible. Am I? Yes. Thank you. If you can just give us a second so we can have the rest of the panelists on the stage. While we're waiting for Relebohile to join us on stage, I'd just like to make some opening remarks about this panel. So our panel is on multi-stakeholders, and we will be discussing ESG investment, but with a focus on the big capital letter S, as Madam Trifosa earlier emphasized, I think, in one of her question. And on our panel, we have Mr. Busisa from ASISA, CEO of ASISA, and Madam Shelley, acting CEO of SAFCA, Relebohile. She's the treasurer at Balloweld, and we've got Madam as well, Saki from AFDB, African Development Bank. So to start with, I'd like to engage you, Mr. Busisa, to say that the ESG has gone mainstream globally, but we have seen a lot of momentum from an ESG perspective with the focus on the E, as we've initially highlighted in the summit. Just to give the audience some numbers, a report in 2018 recorded that companies, and with there was about 30 million US dollar, 30 trillion US dollars of assets under management. And then we have institutional investors with more than 104 trillion of assets under management that have, that are signatories to the principles of responsible investing. However, just think about that stage. We have about 104 trillion $104 trillion dollars, and then but only 7.7 billion dollars has gone towards gender lens investing space. So Mr. Busisa is the CEO of ASISA, that represent asset managers, collective investment schemes, multi-managers, life insurance companies. Can you just provide our audience with your view on gender lens investing in your industry?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present on behalf of life officers, asset managers, collective investment schemes, multi-managers and linked investment service providers. Collectively, our association represents 8 to 10 trillion rands worth of assets under management. I would begin by saying that ESG, considering that our members are licensed by the regulators in the form of Prudential Authority and Financial Sector Conduct Authority, it is incumbent on the client base, whether they are collective investment schemes in the form of retail investors, or they are retirement funds, that they write the mandates that the members manage. Yeah. In order to do so, our members need to have what's called a specimen investment mandate that is approved by the regulators, that permits them to manage within confines that the regulator requires. And so with the theme of ESG growing, there's a growing requirement for our members to apply for those mandates. Importantly, for them to apply for those mandates, they need the mandates from the clients themselves. We do see a trend, and that trend I expect to grow. But to the extent that it is defined beyond words, but defined within rules that can be put inside a mandate that will set about limits and permissions, maximums and minimums and requirements, and descriptions of what is ESG, it is important that that conversation is driven by the client. When our members are provided permission to invest in ESG, it is because they've been able to demonstrate their capability, which means they are required to have experience, which is how they will be permitted to mandate. That's one aspect of it, and it's important that the definition is not loose or simply aspirational, but can be reduced to specifics. By example, the wording of a mandate in terms of a description may not be descriptive of what is inside the mandate. You have funds that will describe themselves as green funds, but they will invest in Sasol. You have funds that will describe themselves as ESG, but in the client's description of what ESG is, that is not how it's being managed. So it's important to get to the granularity and the specifics of how it's managed. Clearly, our members collectively manage an excessively large sum of money. They predominantly do so on behalf of the client, in terms of the client still holding the ownership of that asset, particularly for asset managers. And in the case of life officers who have a long-term outlook and can enter into unlisted space, they are more likely to show favor in having long-term outlooks with a predictable above inflation return. And so there is patient capital in this space. As a CISA, we also have other initiatives that drive diversity and transformation in our industry. And I consciously make a separation and distinction between transformation and diversity. In my experience, when people reference transformation, it's racial, and when they reference diversity, it's gender. So for our members, we have what we call the CISA Academy that seeks to address how graduates may enter the savings and investment industry, to the extent that we now have accredited courses that are at NQF 8, which is in essence an undergrad degree, and we will work our way up to NQF 10, which I think is masters. And that gives an opportunity for those that are unemployed, and in our enrollment, predominantly women, predominantly black, to educate themselves with an opportunity to also find sponsors that are amongst our members, to the extent that such sponsors will be prepared to pay for those courses and have a population of educated recruits that they may seek to employ. That would address diversity and ESG from a social perspective, and perhaps my definition is somewhat different to the lens that we have here, but we need to reflect the demographic that is our country. We need to create a society where there's equal opportunity no matter where you come from, that there is no glass ceiling. So what we address through the academy is the ability for recruits to start anew, just as I did as an equity analyst. And we also run courses that give an opportunity for those that are already employed to better their skill, that puts them in a position to be promoted, that addresses transformation and diversity in our member companies, being reflective of embracing the demographic that we have when we walk out our doors and go home. By all accounts, and as much as we raise this issue, it is the one and simple claim that women can make, that only they give birth. So it is important to address the empowerment of women across all society. And for my sins, I studied actuarial science. Women live longer too. It's not fair to say that they are only 51%. They are clearly greater than that. So we have the academy that will also address, through the different levels of management, up to executive management, the ability to embrace equal opportunity, to enable equal opportunity in our society. In addition to that, and maybe this is closer to the topic of today, we have the CISA Foundation that is able to draw on our members from their own balance sheets, donations, grants, philanthropic funding, and attract it to the extent that we address what we call consumer education. And that is provided freely at individual level and at household level. Individuals that are predominantly women in our experience, and households that typically are run by women across our country, in assisting them to prepare for their own dreams and aspirations and plans, in providing them access to products, whether those be savings for their education, whether they are savings for deposit on a home, across different products, whether they are in pure investments or within the life industry, such as endowments. And we find that that is where you reach what we aspire for, and topical here, at grassroots levels, at the foundation, at the start of everything, to assist people to prepare themselves for the future, and that is a foundation. The last part of how we get involved is the ESD side, where through our members and increasingly those who are not members who benefit from programs that we run in identifying typically small, medium enterprises, predominantly black-owned. I think 75% of them are. And in our experience, 35% of the SMEs that we support are women-owned. 7 out of the 35 are pure women-owned. And they are across various industries. Some are traditionally run by men, such as panel beating. You wouldn't expect that to happen. But when you avail yourself in assisting businesses, you find that people don't wait for examples to trend and climb onto. They grow up how they grow up, and they find what inspires them is what inspires them, and it's not in the definition of what we call tradition or otherwise. So we have women-owned businesses across panel beating, battery making, waste management, recycling, and we would typically provide funding at favorable rates. But in addition to that, we will ask that the member that has made that contribution meet with such business, and to the extent that that business will have available what we call old hands. And these are businessmen and women who have retired, and instead of playing golf and taking walks, they prefer to stay engaged and keep their minds alive. They will typically not charge anything, but they will have the skill to be able to talk through a business in having started a business. I myself succeed.
Also, just on that note, I also want to bring her from a SAFCA perspective, just to also, Shelley, like in terms of statistics, I was reading an article the other day that female entrepreneurs, the fastest growing entrepreneurs at a global scale, but obviously from a numerical number perspective in the SMEs space. So when you start looking at the size of the businesses that entrepreneurs are running, the scale is still tilted on the other side. So just on the back of what Busisa was saying from the ASISA perspective in terms of their programs, and the conversation that he had about the challenge, really, I think, for this room, that it goes beyond. It's one thing to say gender lens investing space, but it can run away from us. We just need to make sure that we are very strict in terms of the criteria and the guideline. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to catch the train once it's moved. So I just want to understand, you representing members, private equity fund, venture capital at a Southern African landscape. What is SAFCA doing in terms of your members from a gender lens investing and space? And if you can also share some of the programs that you at SAFCA are running to enable women entrepreneurship, both from a fund management perspective, but also through to the entrepreneurs. How do you make sure that your fund managers, effectively the fund managers that you're training up, and then the impact, obviously, on the businesses, because fund managers, they own the money and, well, they take care of the money, the people's money, and then to make sure that it goes through to the right people.
Thanks, Patsy, and good afternoon, everybody, and thanks so much for having me.
So just to give you a little bit of background for the people that don't know, private equity and venture capital. So typically what it is, it's patient capital. So we've heard a lot about this morning, it's patient capital. So essentially we're taking money from institutional investors mainly, raising it through a fund, and the fund manager invests in underlying private businesses. So for venture capital, that's startup businesses, much more early stage, and then obviously SME growth businesses, and then buyout are much more larger businesses. And essentially, that's where the role that private equity fits in. So SAFCA is much smaller than ASISA. Our entire funds under management sits closer to about 205 billion. And really, that's the amount of capital that they have to invest into these underlying unlisted businesses. And what's really nice about SAFCA and kind of where I sit, so females are not always great, or women aren't really great at talking up their own successes. So I'm going to take the opportunity, because it's not my success necessarily, it's actually I would almost see it as a industry success. And what happens at a SAFCA level, because we're the industry association for the fund managers will nominate as well as vote for the people on the board. And currently we sit with 50% female board representation at a SAFCA level and 50% male. What we also have is the CEO, who has for the last 8 years been a female, also gets a seat on the board. So as of today, we basically have more females at a board level than we have males, which we are also an entirely female executive team. And what I've found is actually that that filters down into the way we look at things. You know, in terms of the strategic objectives that we put in place, when we talk about transformation, diversity, we're always thinking about race and gender at the same time, because typically in the international space, private equity is really poorly represented from a female perspective. And we're very aware of that, and in Southern Africa, we're trying to change that. So what we've actually done is we set up both at a fund level, we're trying to encourage more female fund managers. And the idea is that we've set up fund managed development programs to encourage that support system to get more managers that are female, majority female owned and managed, to be able to come into the industry and give them all the tools that they need from a technical assistance perspective to be able to manage capital and deploy it into unlisted businesses. Now, the way you think about it is a lot of these fund managers, if they are female owned and led, typically they're also going to have come at it from a gender lens perspective. So from the fund managers that we've actually supported, the first one we did in 2019 was called the Fund Manager Development Program. And that was aimed at Black and female fund managers. And we had a cohort of about 13 fund managers in that first one, and 8 of them were majority women owned and led. The second one was called WEMI, which is short for Women Empowerment, Mentorship and Incubation Program, really long word. And that was Southern Africa based, and it was all 100% women owned and managed. And then the last one, which we've just started now, is a venture capital one. And venture capital is still quite a nascent industry in South Africa. And of the 8 fund managers that have taken into the program, 2 of them are female. But what's been great in terms of this is that once they've actually gone through the program, so of the two initial ones that we've done, they've gone on to raise almost 1.8 billion rands worth of investments and commitments from the institutional investors, which they'll then use to invest into these underlying businesses. And obviously, where gender lens fits in here is the idea that actually more people that have a gender lens focus, and the more intentional that investors are about who they back as fund managers in terms of where's that capital going. You need that flow to go all the way through so that more women entrepreneurs can be backed at the end of the day.
No, excellent. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions for you, but I think let us bring the African Development Bank. Welcome again. So if you can just tell us the role of the African Development Bank from a gender lens investing space, and just talk about the AFAWA. We saw the announcement that you guys made, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Just give information to the room. What are you guys doing? What are you seeing into the market? Especially also addressing that issue of the class. If we were to classify gender lens investing space as a class, what will that look like? Because if it's loose, it ends up being meaningless or not achieving what we intending it to achieve.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for the question. It's a great opportunity for me to be with you today and to present you what we do at the African Development Bank. And yeah, so really we are at the African Development Bank really trying to address the challenges faced by women SMEs to access funding. And we established this affirmative finance action for women in Africa, AFAWA, a flagship initiatives that especially focus on increasing finance for women SMEs on the continent. And the objective is to reduce the gender gap estimated at $42 billion. And through our different instruments, we're trying to unlock 5 billion to access of finance for women by 2026. And we will have I would say a holistic approach, multidimensional approach, because we will use 3 pillars. And I think those have been kind of discussed earlier in the session, and they are quite complementary. Like access to finance is important. So we will provide, we'll have the African Guarantee for Growth program, which will be implemented by the African Guarantee Fund. We'll then work with financial institutions to enhance their ability to lend to women SMEs. And we'll also try to unlock also financing through our traditional instruments, so line of credit, trade finance, and equity investments. So that will be really the pillar 1, access to finance. Pillar 2 is technical assistance. The objective is to shift the general perception of the financial sector towards women. Like they are viewed toward women SMEs in particular because they are viewed as a risky business. And is to change this mindset is quite essential to boost their access to finance. So then we'll really focus on financial institutions, provide them with technical assistance to really enhance their understanding of the business market, of the women business market, and to help them developing really customized products that really help to address their needs. We'll also, in that pillar, we'll also work at reinforcing the capacity of women entrepreneurs, but through the financial institution. Who will train women entrepreneurs really to boost their profitability, productivity, and growth. The third pillar of intervention will be the enabling environment, because we think it's quite important to also work with African governments, regulators, and other stakeholders, really to strike down all the structural barriers that women can face. And so concretely, we'll be supporting policymakers, regulators in designing and implementing gender-sensitive financial inclusion policies and regulation. And earlier, we heard, I think, the woman from the Treasury saying that it's important to assess the financial inclusion level in South Africa, to collect sex disaggregated data. So gender disaggregated data. This also was shared by the woman, the country manager for the World Bank. And yes, so this is typically what we will do, supporting in that matter, and really try to improve women's financial literacy. In this pillar, we'll also be building the capacity of the Women Enablers, Women Entrepreneurship Enablers program, and I think that's what you were referring. In that matter, we just announced that we'll be supporting 10 enablers, women entrepreneurship enablers in Africa, throughout Africa, who will impact 16,000 women business. And they will intervene in 26 countries. For South Africa, they have been like 3 organizations selected. Grasa Machel Trust will support 400 entrepreneurs in 4 countries. We'll also be working with the Africa Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Forum, AWEF, for a project that is supposed to impact 500 women in 7 countries. and also Power Africa. So this is like South Africa based, and they will be impacting 5,000 women, and particularly on financial literacy. So yes, very happy to be able to share, some more insight with you. What for us is really key is to be able to support financial institutions with like having reliable data, disaggregated data on gender, because it helps us to see, first, to understand better the market, the difficulties that women face, to assess the potential of the market, to design really customized product, and really to see the profitability of this segment. That's what we are trying to do through the AFAWA and through the different components. So yes, so that's for me, that's it for the moment.
Thank you very much. Very amazing programs that you guys running there. And I'd just like to bring in Relebohile from Balo World with the work that you currently busy with on your gender bonds. If you can just share with the summit a little bit more information of what you are working on, and also from a statistical point of view, to say there's been quite a few gender bonds over the last 3 years that have been launched, but there's no uniformity in the market, like what that gentleman, Mr. Busisa, was saying about, that the criterion, how important it's going to be. We're going to move the needle forward. So if everyone is doing their own thing, sometimes it becomes very problematic. So if you can just share with the room, what are you busy with? What you can share, obviously. And then also what's interesting is, how did you get buy-in? Because obviously Balo World is not, you've got multiple shareholders. How do you get buy-in into what you're working on? So if you can just give us a little bit of flavor from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, PC. It's my pleasure to be here. And good afternoon, everybody. So, Balo World is an industrial company. We describe ourselves as an industrial processing and distribution and services company, primarily with two main focus areas, which is industrial equipment, which we are well known for, the yellow metal that you see going into the mines and on the sides of the road. We service that as well. And the second one is the consumer market, in particular, so focusing on the food industries and food ingredients. Now, when we talk about female and we talk about inclusion, we are inviting women into the mainstream. If you look at the business that we're talking about, we went into this journey inviting women into a very male dominated industry by its nature. And therefore, that is why we are very proud of what we have done to date in terms of just the journey that the business has gone through, in terms of getting buy-in, in terms of getting to just where we are and what we're doing in the market right now. So we started the gender journey a number of years ago. And you would know that because we are a listed entity. I thought I was going to ask Shirley for money, but she wants non-listers. She's not looking for me, but maybe I can come back to her and entice her around the things that we're doing, and maybe we can talk. So we started the journey it's always been a journey that is there in terms of recognizing women. But the importance of our journey is that, one, we've been a signatory to the United Nations goals for about 8 years, and we stopped being a signatory. I think it was about 2018, 2017. I think that is when it became commercial and there was some commercialization from there. But we still adopted and adapted the principles in terms of what we do every single day, because it's not just about putting the name there, it's actually about what you do on a daily basis, and it's actually around what you do in terms of the numbers. So the leadership of this company actually looked at the lack of transformation at this business. And when they looked at this, when we talk about gender, we do not only talk about gender equality, where we appoint female executives, and we do not empower them afterwards in terms of making sure that they get the gender into the organization. So we found that leadership was absolutely essential. It was an agenda that was driven from the office of the CEO. It was agenda that was driven and was given to the CEOs, because what you tend to find is that when the agenda of females is driven from an HC perspective or from an HR or whatever, human capital, whatever you call it, it tends to be one of those soft things that are by the way and are not taken seriously. And what you also find is that we put this in our KPIs, and we obviously often say that whatever gets measured gets done. But if it is just in a KPI, and it's a KPI for everybody, it can be justified. There's always explanations of why we can or we can't achieve certain targets. So we are a company that are very, very driven on targets. We're very driven in terms of how we move and how we push targets. So we did not just put it on the KPIs of senior people and leave it to chance and wait to see what happens. What then became, and what then was these are the targets, but then you saw the active involvement of the CEs in actual employment at certain levels. So for you to get an appointment of certain levels, you actually had to go and get the approval and actually justify the numbers. And I think that really fast-tracked the process. And why I'm saying leadership is critical, we are a male-led, we've got a male CE that genuinely believes in the female agenda. And I think it's important to appreciate the men in our lives. Because I find that it's we adore you. Because it makes it very easier when it is just spoken by everyone, whether male or female, and they tend to be our biggest supporters in any event. So when this agenda is male-driven, it is actually exceptional in terms of what you see. Now, you will see that we are a female, at the helm of the organization, we've got a black female. So that becomes our chairman. And you would have seen as well that, for those that don't, the majority of our board is female. And thank you. Thank you for the sector. So when you have an agenda that is sitting at that level and that trickles down and the conversations are changing in terms of how you're pushing the agenda, it changes. But what you find as well is that women tend to be very strict in terms of how they approach life generally. So even on the KPIs, they become very strict in terms of how we meet them. Well, at least I've seen. That has been my experience. So women bring something different sometimes to the conversation in terms of what it is that we can do in the organization. And I think that has really been our journey, just to make sure that we ingrain this value in our business. So our stance on gender is that it is ingrained in our values, but if we left it to our values, then it wouldn't have been done. And that is why I then described our strategy and how we then made sure that we trickled the strategy down into the organization. And then you would have seen that then we then won the gender mainstreaming champion in 2020 as a listed entity, and I think 2018 as well. That was one of those things that we actually achieved. So what are we doing currently now that we are sitting where we're sitting and in the finance era? What are we going to do in terms of this gender financing? We've got a spectrum of available instruments in the market, and we've had the financial institutions with all the activists, the shareholder activism that is coming, introducing the subjects and putting us to the test in terms of what we can do. So what we have decided to do on the ESG factor from a financing perspective is that we are going to introduce what we call a gender-linked bond. And we've got a number of gender-linked bonds because we also have listed that. We've got a number of gender-linked bonds internationally. But if you come home and you look at us at home, with the amount of work that South Africa, because I think South Africa has done exceptionally well, just in terms of ensuring that we push the agenda of women, led by the government of South Africa. With the amount of work that we've done, we haven't seen those instruments at home. And therefore, I think when we looked at our principles and we looked at the value of the organization and what we believe in and what we do, which is really what you typically do when you're going into the market and you're trying to look at the KPIs that you would put forward in terms of your gender, you look at your strategy. Now, looking at our strategy and having described our strategy and having talked about what we've done, we then decided that we are going to put into the market in the month of women, hopefully, which is August, a gender-linked bond that is going to be listed on the JSE. We've gone through a number of hoops in terms of making sure that we have come to this point and we've come to the party. And we are addressing a couple of things that are really ingrained in the SDG 10, which is coming from the United Nations. That's ensuring that it's closing the poverty line, but it is also ensuring that there is transformation in terms of gender, in terms of race, in terms of religion, if you go to SDG 10. Now, what we're trying to do, the first thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that you can see us at the helm of the organization, what is happening at the bottom. We're trying to ensure that we find equity in terms of the number of women that start existing in different grades of our employment or of our employees. And that is one thing that we put into the measurements. So one of the measures that we will put is a percentage that is related to how many women do we want to have as a percentage that represents our employees. That is the first KPI that we've put forward. We have done exceptionally well, as you would have seen. Our EXCO fluctuates on the basis of who is on and off, but our EXCO is very close to meeting even probably better, 50%. The second KPI that we have put forward is closing the pay gap. It is unbelievable when you then start looking at the statistics and you look at all of those grades and you look at the salary of women versus the salary of men. I've got no idea what happens when we negotiate our salaries as females. But there is a serious gender gap in terms of just the pay between males and females. We've done the assessment. There's a lot of assessments that have been done. I think IODSA has also done some assessments, as well as a number of firms that we have. The last one that we looked at, and that was very critical for us to put into the market, was supply chain. Am I running out of time? All right. And that is the last KPI that we're measuring, and that is supporting women-led businesses. So if we're going to go into procurement, then we need to look at those women-led businesses and ensure that we are able to procure with women. We have met the codes. If you look at all of these three, we have really met the benchmarks. And what we are saying is that the benchmark that is legally given to us as South African, that's not our target, because we've never really done it just for the benchmark and just to get the BE points. Thank you.
Very much. So many questions that I have, but I think we've run out of time. We would have liked as just 30 seconds each, please. Yeah, summarize. I know women can summarize. Executive summary. What is your thoughts on gender collaborative fund? If we were to, as South Africa, have a gender collaborative fund, what is your view on it? Would you support it? In 30 seconds, starting with Shelley.
So for me, I think that if you can come up with a blended finance option where you actually are able to use public and private funds to essentially use a multiplier effect, and to be able to get more capital to the businesses and to the female founders that actually need it. But I think when you do that, you also need the overlay of, they called it hand-holding earlier, but essentially some form of support for entrepreneurs, because just putting capital to work and giving people money to invest in a company doesn't necessarily ensure its success. So I think the combination between some kind of assistance in terms of technical assistance or mentorship to be able to run a company and be able to know how to do that, I think that would work.
Thank you. Quickly, I absolutely support it. It's collective wisdom. And I think where you have coordination and partnerships, you probably have a better spend. What becomes critical in the country that we have, given the spend, is our rural communities. If we could, and if I could do anything, I would spend my time just growing the rural economies. And I think that probably becomes critical in terms of the spend and whether this fund actually reaches those places, but also much as we're talking about these, females are very passionate about social businesses, and I think you need to, and they don't only just do them because they're females, but they will do them because it's something that they do every single day from a social. I think I heard somebody talking about their own social business here, and I think we need to look at it in terms of focusing on those businesses. I was going to talk about another fund that we have, we call it Imbeo, that just focuses on social businesses in terms of funding. And that's very critical in terms of your focus going forward. Thank you.
So you can see, we need another summit. And then, Madam, online, if we could just in 30 seconds, your thoughts on a gender collaborative fund.
So very quickly, we are always looking for synergies and complementarities with other players. So I think one mentioned, like, it has to be a comprehensive mechanism, has to have, like, obviously access to finance, but also technical assistance. And so we'll be happy to discuss further and see how we could contribute.
Thank you very much. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the Q&A session for this panel and the panel that we had earlier. I would like to take your questions. The floor is open for anyone who's got comments, questions for this panel and the previous panel. Okay, there's a hand over there, another one there. Okay, who else is raising a hand? Please assist me to note someone who's raising a hand. Oh, there, over there. Thank you very much. We're going to start here, move there, and then finish by the corner there.
Good afternoon. My name is Petunia Sibanyoni. I'm the chairperson of the Franchise Association. We are typically the voice of franchising in South Africa. I'm cutting across 14 business sectors and about 48,000 franchise systems. And I think from a gender lens, there's about only 30% of women who own franchises. That's not enough. And also our past chairperson is also female, Akona from KFC, myself, and the incoming chairperson is female. I think the one thing that I want to touch on is around the financial monitoring as well as the collateral. One thing that we've noticed as the Franchise Association is that there is lack or varied levels of awareness of franchising. I mean, franchising is a successful business format that focuses on entrepreneurship, small business development, and job creation. I mean, you can imagine a franchisee typically employs about 10 people. So my question is really around how do we really bring the funders as an enabler, specifically around the collateral, into the entrepreneurs themselves where they're located, and not just only in Gauteng, but other provinces as well, and the focus on township and rural economy.
Thank you for that question. Can we move on to the next question? Sorry, there, over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll try and make it short. You know, we've heard from the DFIs, and maybe, you know, many of us in this room and outside of this room and out there, you know, not even online, maybe casualties of a system that was not as enabling in terms of the gender lensing. I will share a case study of myself where a few years ago, before COVID times, and I will not name and shame because, you know, I can't do that. But they're in the room, and after preparing, you know, about 5 ring files of all that was required by this DFI, I was exposed to junior people, very energetic, lovely children, but they did not know the CEO's vision. If there was ever a vision for a woman like myself who was trying to get into a very technological, you know, applications company as a shareholder, that I could not. And the company, for your interest, you know, manufactures self-adhesive labels, thermal transfer ribbons. In fact, we were suppliers to Prasa Metro Rail. We were supplying thermal transfer ribbons, which is a specialized paper on which the train ticket is printed on. Or if it was an airport, it would be, if it was a bank, it would be your ATM slip. If it was in the airport, it would be your boarding pass, and you know, I could not get in, and those young men and women at the front of this prestigious organization, you know, did not see the value of a black woman purchasing 11 million rand shareholding, which was, you know, considerably reduced because I'd been working with them in the past, you know, to get them into this big contract until the Guptas came. Then we were obviously thrown out. After 1 year, not having, and I want to mention this, because we want to be out of those situations where there are such as Guptas in our country that will kill all of the dreams that are in this room and that are in the DFI's strategies, that they can be killed if we're not aware, you know, and very mindful and very intentional in how we're going to make sure that your dream as the CEO or CFO or decision maker, maybe on the board, that it can happen. And so my question to any of the DFIs, anybody can answer this question. How are you going to make sure that actually your dream, as we have all heard, and your conviction actually translate into real outcomes, outputs for women? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ntabi Munsumgoma, and I'm coming from an organization, Soul Inspiration Global. It is not a comment, it is not a question, it's just an invitation. I've been hosting Women Arise with Power seminars. This is the 5th one. And the purpose thereof is to gather women entrepreneurs in a space such as Soweto Theatre, where we have women entrepreneurs from different parts of other provinces, I must say. And they come from different industries. And basically, the approach there is holistic, really, where we talk healing, we talk empowerment, we talk self-mastery, but also we talk about how women can be emancipated, you know, through economic development in the eradication of GBV. So I'd like to extend an invitation, especially to the financial agencies that are in the space. We will be hosting women entrepreneurs from different industries who are in need of this knowledge that is in this room to come and offer, you know, what it is that your industries can give to actually women in terms of knowledge and support, business support, so that we can actually eradicate the scourge of GBV and allow women to own up space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one last question that side, and then we're gonna let our panelists to respond. Over there, I think that was the fourth hand I've identified. No, that's.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here and to get all this information regarding this gender-led funding. But I think what wasn't clear for me is at which point do they actually look, the different finance vehicles, when do they look at funding and supporting the businesses? Is it at a conceptual phase? I think it wasn't very clear. Is it already an operational business that's looking to expand? At which phase do each of the players or the presenters do pitch in and give financial support? So I already have a business that's running, but there's an aspect of it that is planning to go into the development thereof. So I've got, you can say that it's two legs of the business that both of them independently are looking for funding. So I think it will help.
Thank you very much. We still have in the room NEF, we still have SIFA, we have Balawalt from the previous panel, we still have Safka in the room. I don't know who would take which question, who's ready to go first. Thank you, NEF, please go first. Can we get the roving mic this side, please?
Thank you. It's Karishma again from the National Empowerment Fund. I wasn't too clear if I got the question correctly regarding the franchises. I heard you say collateral, but I'm not sure if your question was relating to the lack of collateral by franchisees. Okay. Okay. So from an NEF perspective, we do quite a large number of franchise transactions. It's something that is a big part of our portfolio across all the different franchises. And we do have very flexible funding terms. So I think we are very much aware of the target market that we are established to address, and the fact that most of these applicants are first-time business owners, coming from a background where, you know, it's more, sometimes it's driven out of a need rather than, you know, circumstances basically bring them to the point where they need to be self-employed, and this is the route that they take. So we are very cognizant of the fact that they don't come with large amounts of collateral, that we can take as security, that they don't have big balance sheets. And it's something that we definitely try by all means to work around. So you'll find that when you look at NEF funding terms, own contribution is not set at a specific level. We acknowledge the fact that sometimes there is not much own contribution that comes in. We, for example, won't take your personal residence as security. It's not something that that we pursue. And so we are very soft in terms of those kinds of funding requirements. because of the fact that we've got a developmental mandate and we know that we need to find a way to make these transactions work. So on that note, I think we do have a very flexible approach. In terms of the question to say at what stage do we fund, the NEF funds businesses at various stages of development. So from startup businesses to expansion capital to acquisitions, but we also have a specific fund that deals with projects which are in early stage development. So these are projects that haven't yet reached bankable feasibility, where they are just concepts, and those concepts can be turned into reality in partnership with the NEF. So definitely, even if your project hasn't started and you're still at conceptual stage, it is something that we can look at under our Strategic Projects Fund. But in other aspects, if you've got a functioning business, it's at all life cycle stages of the business. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can we please make our questions a little bit short? We are behind schedule.
Thank you. Thank you. From Sifam Kolisi, in our space, you find that the majority of the businesses that we fund are startups. They don't even have a history of trading. One, two, our funding model, we don't even talk about the issue of collateral at SIFA because the majority of our clients don't have collateral. Our focus is the cash flow generation potential of the deal. If we're able, through our assessment, to see that the deal has got a potential to actually generate cash flows that will service not only the debt, but also the lifestyle, if I may say, of the jockey, because you find sometimes that if the business is not generating enough money, the jockey starts looking for tenders, and they ignore the business, and the business starts now collapsing. So we look at such, we even set the salary that the jockey must draw from the business. So we've sometimes stressed the issue of the off-take agreements, because those off-take agreements, at least they give us the comfort that there will be some revenue that will be generated from the operations of the business. But sometimes we'll relax the conditions to look at the letters of intent. I must say a letter of intent is not a very strong a commitment from some of the potential clients of the jockey's business. But we do exercise flexibility. And collateral, obviously it depends. You can't be sitting, for example, with 20 to 50 million rands personal wealth and plead poverty and say you're not going to put anything into the game. We work closely with the credit bureaus now, where we mirror the lifestyle of the director and the business. And if when you look at the lifestyle of the director, that there's a lot of wealth there, we say you need to put something into the game. But the majority of our clients, we don't stress that. When it comes to the funding for what we call the franchise businesses, we also there don't talk about collateral. We stress actually again the cash flow generation capacity of that particular deal. We took a big knock during COVID, particularly the franchises that are in the hospitality space, because the majority of them, they had to shut down, particularly when government said don't sell alcohol. You find that a franchisee who's running, let's say, News Cafe, 60% of their revenue comes from alcohol. The moment you say don't sell alcohol, you've literally killed that business. So we were even flexible there. We gave our clients 6 months moratorium not to pay and service their debt, because we thought that this thing in 6 months would be gone. 6 months came and went. We had to again extend the moratorium up until to the tune of about 18 months for some of the businesses that were hit hard by COVID. So we are quite flexible actually in how we provide support to the entrepreneurs, but we stress the issue of the jockey being there in that business 24/7, so that you don't outsource the management of your business. So we do play in the franchising business space. As a subsidiary of the IDC, they gave us, I think it's about $1 billion credit line, which in the main we use for the franchising businesses within SIFA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Machamba, for the feedback. May I request that we quickly move to the next session? We are indeed behind schedule, and we would like to start with the banking panel. All our questions, they're going to be answered. We are going to have a working lunch where you can engage further. May I request that the banking panel comes to stage? Give them a round of applause as they make their way into the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I will then hand over to the facilitator of the session. Over to you, Sisi.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity, Madam Chair, to be part of this session. My name is Inaugural. I'm the co-founder and managing partner of My Capital Partners. So Shirley was talking earlier about their fund manager development program at SAFCA. We were fortunately one of the beneficiaries of it, reached our first close, are busy raising money still. But just to say the successes of the work that SAFCA has been doing in the last 2 to 3 years is indeed tangible. We invest in social infrastructure, clean energy, financial inclusion, and we also added a 6th pillar, gender inclusion, as an investment theme, so that we're quite deliberate about it. So I'm excited to be here because we do believe that gender inclusion is definitely an asset class. And then just moving on, welcome to my panelists. Bunki, it's a pity that you couldn't join us in person because of your meeting that is coming up, but welcome that you could also join us online. I have Nelezani, am I pronouncing it correctly, from Standard Bank, Kulegani, who's representing Ms. Bongi from BASA, as well as Bunki, who's the Chief of Sustainability at ABSA, and congratulations on your recent appointment. I hope it's an exciting role for you, and we look forward to your inputs in that regard. I think just to kick off, I guess, we've been talking a lot about the role of women in the economy, and we've mentioned quite a number of things, and I guess there's 2 particular points that I'd like to start with. More specific to the banking sector. We know that women are the majority of the population, but also increasingly becoming the heads of the households as well. So in the same way that we empower men, we definitely need to accelerate the development of women. And we also know that financial inclusion is quite a key lever in enabling that. So I'm looking forward to hearing your experiences of how you are advancing investing in women businesses and just promoting gender-lens investing overall through your institutions, so that we can also see how banks can be part of this collaboration of the wider investment sector in really moving this lens forward. I guess I'll start with you, Punki, online. If you may, just share with us from an ABSA experience what it is that the bank has been doing in terms of investing in women and some of the plans that you have in really advancing this particular topic. And I'm also quite curious to hear how your credit committee is also transforming, because as we know, that's where a lot of the decisions get stuck, no matter how great the idea is. So over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks, Tina, for having me this afternoon. I'll start off by looking at the global landscape first, and then go on to, how we think about women and women-related initiatives within our organization, ABSA. So across the globe, gender inequality is not only a pressing moral and social issue, but also it's a critical, I think, economic challenge. I think even before the COVID-19 crisis, global progress in tackling gender, gaps in both work and society has been, marginal. And this challenge is now even more pronounced, as women experienced further economic fallout emanating from COVID-19 pandemic. I think consequently, for us, I think, advancing gender equality is not just an opportunity for countries that we see. However, I think for us as an organization and also for companies, and in my mind is, humanity ultimately stands to gain significantly by advancing women development related initiatives. So ABSA as an organization is also fully committed to supporting emerging businesses and also ensuring that women are an integral part, I think, of that commitment. So our strategic thrust of being an active force for good in everything we do has a significant, I think, lineage towards ESG as a key underpin. And our focus areas include youth employability programs, as well as, inclusive financing, programs with a strong bias towards women development. So as an organization, and one of the, largest buyers of goods and services in South Africa and in the South African financial services sector, we are using our purchasing power, to a large degree to support the transformation and inclusivity, agenda for qualifying in the main, triple BE compliant companies. Part of what we do, firstly, is we provide preferential rates for projects funded through the group's supplier development initiatives, but also at the same time, we use, a secured supply or service contract as a basis for funding to ensure responsible financing. And then I think, ladies and gentlemen, finally, our preferential procurement program also ensures that a growing number of small Black business-owned as well as Black female-owned companies supply us with goods and services. This involves largely the unbundling of large contracts into smaller parcels of work, and thus enabling, emerging enterprises to participate in tenders as well. At the same time, we provide developmental, support grants for capacity building, for qualifying small enterprises who provide goods and services, across the value chain. So for us, I think supporting value chain related initiatives is quite critical in ensuring that we can, appropriately unlock some of the opportunities that continue to be provided in those value chains. Thanks, Tina.
Thank you very much, Winky. And that's quite an interesting perspective, because it's not only funding, but I guess the non-financial support, and quite importantly, as you say, the access to market as well for business opportunities. So Nalezani, I think it's been proven over many years that lending to women actually is quite profitable, and the percentage of non-performing loans tends to be very low. And I'm speaking deliberately of loans because that's what typically tends to be the dominant product in the banking sector. What's been your experience of lending to women, and how is the bank, appetite sort of changing towards gender lens investing at Standard Bank, that is, yeah.
Cool, thank you. Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. I think I'm fortunate that I'm in an area that focuses on enterprise development, and that really gives us an opportunity to test different types of initiatives which focus particularly on women businesses. To date this year, we spent about 20% of our enterprise development funding looking particularly at women-owned businesses and how we can enable these women-owned businesses, whether it's through access to funding or through access to business development services. In terms of looking at NPL, in terms of the specific initiatives that we are running within enterprise development, we actually haven't experienced any losses. And it might be because we do handhold these businesses, we do support them beyond the funding aspect, which probably increases or improves their chances in terms of being able to repay the facilities that we are able to give them. I think from a bank perspective, there's quite a big focus, particularly within the past 2 years, on looking at how do we enable these women-owned businesses. A lot has been said in terms of the role that women-owned businesses play in our environment. I mean, from an SA perspective, I know the stats are debatable, but they've said something about 20% of entrepreneurial activity within our environment, within our country, is led by women-owned businesses or women-led enterprises. And I think that's very important when you start looking at job creation and the important role that women-owned businesses play in creating jobs, which is a 2030 National Development Outcome. So in terms of, from a bank perspective, looking particularly at enterprise development, we've done quite a few specific programs which focus just on women. We have our Basadi Development Program, which is a 1-year development program that we started last year. We have 100 women on that program. We've taken them through various development and training initiatives. We're doing a funding gap analysis now to evaluate what are these funding needs of these businesses and how can we support them from an enterprise development perspective. We also have what we call our Sebenza Mbokodo program, which is a program that we're currently running in the VAL. We've taken about 179 informal businesses through that program. We formalized those businesses and we've been able to give them access to funding. To date, we've disbursed about 1.7 million rand through that program. And I think when you look at the type of businesses that we support on a program like Sebenza, the funding really does go far. It's businesses that are typically informal, businesses that would typically not be able to get access to finance through normal banking channels. And then we also have other development programs that we run in partnership with other organizations. We have a Dambali program which focuses specifically on emerging farmers, and that program comprises of about 60% of women farmers. And then we also have additional programs that we're running across the provinces in the different areas in which we operate. So lending to women is a key focus for us. And I think as we continue to test and learn different initiatives, that's what will enable us to actually start mainstreaming some of these particular women-owned, women-led initiatives into the bank so that we can really help support businesses a lot, women-owned or women-led businesses a lot better.
Okay, thanks Nilazani for that input. And Kuligani, from an industry point of view, what does the landscape look like? Do you have stats on how the extent to which funding reaches women in particular? Are you seeing an improvement? And as an industry body, are you driving any particular initiatives to try and improve gender lens investing?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. Firstly, just to apologize for my boss, Ms. Bongi Wunene, who couldn't make it. She then sent, I'm afraid, a poor substitute. So if I say anything that doesn't resonate, it's just because I'm not Bongi Wekunene, so you'll have to live with that. But just to indicate that, so the thrust of what I will share with you comes from our report, which we released yesterday, which we call Transformation in Banking 2022. We publish this report annually, and it tracks transformation as set out in the Financial Sector Code. So there would be elements where there is a gender sort of disaggregation on some of the elements and others don't. The report uses, so the current report uses data for 2020 just because of the different financial year ends of our members. There is at least a 2-year lag in the data. in the main, I think the main message of the report indicates that there is positive progress towards the transformation targets that are set out in the various elements of the Financial Sector Code. The pace, though, is just not fast enough. So just some highlights of the report from an ownership level. It demonstrates that in 2020, ownership levels were largely flat, in other words, unchanged compared to the previous 2 years at 28% for Black people and 12.6% for women. There was some positive progress in the representation of Black women as a percentage of all directors on the boards of banks. So compared to 2017, where women made up only 15% of all directors, in 2020, women made 21% of all directors. That is still below the target. The target is 25%, but there was some, at least good progress towards that we were able to see. Very, very weak performance on the representation of Black women as a percentage of all executive directors, which stood at 12% against the target of 25%. So clearly a lot more work needs to be done there. For Black women executive directors, it was only 16% of our banks that exceeded the target of 25%. So this indicates that progress is uneven. Some banks are able to move much faster than others, and of course these are aggregate numbers. I'm not in a position to tell you what happens in each of the banks. What we saw was also some strong performance in terms of bank spending on skills development for women, which increased from 1.8 billion in 2018 to 2.7 billion in 2020. So, and that sort of level of performance, strong performance, was seen also for Black people in general. Preferential procurement from companies that are at least 30% women-owned was above the target, but the target is rather low. The target is 10%, and the performance was at 18%. And as I've said, it is rather low. What is worrying is, of course, that for companies that are 51% Black-owned and or women-owned, the performance was very poor. Even though for all other categories we had seen some strong performance. Supplier development targets were also above target in terms of performance. The banks spending on their suppliers, less so on enterprise development. And you would have heard this, I wasn't here, but I know she would have said this. I think where we do particularly well is on measures of financial inclusion. So we do measure every year a couple of things. One is ownership of transactional accounts. Two, we also measure access to points at which people can access financial services, banking services, both physically as well as digitally. And on those measures, we outperformed. So the industry outperformed all of the targets. The report released some 2 weeks ago by the World Bank shows that South Africa does particularly well on financial inclusion, much higher than the average for sub-Saharan Africa and higher than the overall average for the developing world, which stands at 71%. And our performance is at 85%. The average for sub-Saharan Africa is 55%, and as I've said, South Africa is at 85%. So doing well there. But I think all of this tells us that there's still a lot that needs to be done. Some improvements on the sort of overall transformation from a sort of a Black point of view, but the targets for women tend to be lower, and sometimes even those lower targets are not met. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but those are some of the highlights. The report is available on the BASA website, which is banking.org.za. Thank you.
Thank
Very much, Kulegani. I think we can agree that the banking industry is quite an important player in advancing gender inclusion, because we know that the levers of financial inclusion in particular are quite important. So we don't have a lot of time for this panel, so I'm going to try and wrap up. And if I can just get closing remarks from each one of you, Punki, starting with you, and I'm going to put you on the spot. I think we've heard that the targets are very low. We are well aware of the work that the Women Economic Assembly is trying to achieve to basically build that collaboration of partners that can actually enable more funding to be directed towards women businesses in particular, and just empowering of women. Is there something that you believe APSA can definitely contribute to? And how do you believe that APSA can be part of the Work Corner conversation and really enable gender lens investing to be an asset class? And I think similar with you, Nelezani, once Pungi has gone first. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think, Dinao, you raise a very important point. And I think in my view, economic growth is spawned by deliberate, strong, as well as focused collaboration. I mean, we always have to remember that there is strength, I think, in numbers, and also the strength in unity. If I look back at our COVID response, as a sector, that was a defining moment and a proof point of strength in collaboration and focusing on, a common objective. And I think similarly, the same principles can be applied to gender-related issues. We can, I think, in my view, sustainably solve, for issues regarding gender through collaboration at a sector level rather than, individually, to ensure that we can impact the broader ecosystem and achieve, I think, the much needed critical mass. So from an APSA point of view, we will continue to find ways and means, I think, to enhance and also to ensure that women continue to participate meaningfully in the mainstream economy. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Netazani?
I think Sis Punki actually really touched on it. It is about being deliberate and focused in your initiatives. I think from where we sit as a Standard Bank, that's the route we're going. We are very deliberate and focused in ensuring, excuse me, we're very deliberate and focused in ensuring that we are driving specific initiatives which are targeted at women, women development, at women-led enterprises. And I guess for us as well, it's a matter of going to the organization and saying, this is what we've done, using our ED funds, and how do we challenge our credit committees to look at funding for women a lot differently. And then a lot of focus on collaborating and identifying synergies with your other private sector institutions, with your public sector institutions as well, to ensure that we can really drive women-led funding programs. It's important in ensuring that women contribute to the development of our economy.
Definitely. I would definitely agree with you on that. Kulegani, in closing, what are your observations of where the banking industry can really improve? Because I think as they continue to be part of this conversation, hopefully in the next one, we would like to see where, the assembly can actually have very specific discussions, because I think the numbers that you mentioned are very low considering the amount of capital that's in the banking industry. So this is really one of the areas where we have a lot of work to do. And I think from an industry oversight point of view, you may have, observed some number of things that can be done to really help improve even how the assembly can actually engage with the banks to try and get more capital coming out of this particular sector.
I'll make two comments. The first one is that the reason we started publishing this report was because, we were having conversations in public discourse where everybody was just throwing out their own numbers. If they think, whatever number comes to mind, they throw it out and then argue on the basis of that number. So we wanted to at least make sure that we have
a conversation, a debate as a country that is informed by evidence. So I think that's our contribution here. You can now go to my colleague from Standard Bank and really take them to task for where they perhaps aren't meeting those targets, etc. Similarly with my colleagues from APSA, and by the way, every other industry, because you have the data that says you're doing well here, you're not doing well here. So that's one contribution that we think we're making here. I just have to underscore that part of what we're also seeing here, well, two things. One is that the data we've presented is 2020, so this is when the country is in the grips of COVID. So clearly the situation is probably a percentage here and there better than what I've presented here. But I think the main thing is to say is that a lot of what we're doing here does depend and require us to have a fast-growing economy, because it creates a number of opportunities. So we have had an economy that for the past 11 years has basically been stagnant, and that has slowed down the pace of transformation across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a big round of applause to our panelists. They had to cover quite a difficult topic, and I know that it's not easy on a day-to-day basis, but we really need the banking industry on board. I think that is undoubted, and we hope that, you know, as more focus is put on this, there will definitely be a lot more capital directed to this. I don't think we're going to have time for Q&A, so my panelists are off the hook.
We're going to combine the Q&A with after the fintech session,
okay,
which
great.
is about to resume now.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Punki, for making time, and good luck with your meeting.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed behind schedule. I will then call upon Ms. Sonwabis Mzonyati, who is going to take us through the fintech panel. In this panel, we're going to have Ms. Puti Mahanyela Tabengwa, who's joining us virtually. We have Ms. Candy Stott, who's also joining us virtually. And then we have Aluate Matane from the Reserve Bank. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm handing over to Ms. Mzinyati. Thanks.
Is it on? It's fine, I'll call her.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to your last panel for the day. I hope I'm not catching you sleepy, hungry, but we're going to try and make it very interesting. We've also had quite a lot of conversation today, so I'm going to try to ask questions that were not asked. If I do repeat something, I apologize in advance. On the line, I have Mrs. Puti Mahanyela Tabengwa, who is the CEO of Naspers South Africa. I have Ulawutse Machane, who's Head of Department for Policy at the South African Reserve Bank. I have Candace Dott, the Global Head of Trading and Banking Solutions at Refinitiv, which is a London Stock Exchange business, and Mamuketi Ramate, CEO and founder of Mummy Capital. And our topic really is around the role that fintech can create in enabling an inclusive environment, especially financial inclusion for women-owned businesses. And now we've seen how fintech has played a really critical role during the period of the pandemic, where contactless transactions as well as alternative financial payments became critical in allowing small businesses, in allowing women-owned businesses, businesses that were generally underbanked, to be able to make transactions and to be able to really grow their businesses beyond what their businesses were. And today I'm hoping that we can unpack how we can further make use of fintech to grow our businesses. And of course, if you are a fintech business, how do you then benefit from the industry becoming the largest growing industry in the world at present? I'm going to start with Mrs. Puti Mahanyela, because I'm told you, I'm told you need to leave. You are traveling. And the question I think I would want to know as a woman-owned business is, you know, you as coming on board onto Naspers have really driven a critical and beautiful journey of investing in young startups. And we've seen how much relief the investment from Naspers has given some of these startups and enabling them to grow at a scale they would generally not have been able to do so. what criteria does NASPERS use to pick the kind of businesses that you want to invest in? What is your investment strategy?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you also for this great platform of being able to engage with you amongst this cohort of truly inspirational women as we discuss the important issue of gender inclusion. And I think as a background to your question, what's important for us to reflect on is the fact that more than 1 billion of women still do not have access to the financial system. And that's according to the World Bank's latest Global Findex report. And in addition to that, the IFC has estimated that worldwide, a $300 billion gap in financing exists for formal women-owned businesses, and more than 70% of women-owned small and medium-sized enterprises have inadequate access to financial services. And so without access to finance, women face difficulties in collecting saving income, growing their businesses, and pulling their families together out of poverty. At NASPERS, we are acutely aware of the power of fintech in increasing accessibility, and we have seen the impact that this technology can have through our payments business, PayU. PayU is a payments and fintech business that is owned by Prosus, which is owned by NASPERS. And through NASPERS, through PayU, our vision is to create a world without financial borders, where everyone can prosper. Now, this drives everything that is done at PayU, from investing in technology entrepreneurs to offering credit to underserved individuals to helping merchants buy, sell, and operate online. Now, coming to your question on how we select the entrepreneurs that we back. And here in South Africa specifically, because we back entrepreneurs around the world, here in South Africa, we back entrepreneurs through NASPERS Foundry. And so from that perspective, what we've done is we've allocated 1.4 billion Rand into early stage tech investment, 1.4 billion Rand to be available to early stage tech investment vehicles. And we've already invested into more than 10 South Africa focused tech businesses. And I think what's important is that, you know, whilst we don't see a lot of women-owned businesses in the tech space, we have been able to see some of the businesses and are very proud of a particular business that we've invested in called Sweep South, which is an online home and business cleaning services platform, and which has facilitated more than 30,000 jobs since its inception. What we look for in responding to your question, in looking at these founders, is we look for founders who are committed to their businesses. We look across industries, so whether it's in food or whether it's in insurtech, or, you know, we look across industries, but we look for founders who are committed to their businesses. We look for businesses that we believe we can scale, because we don't just invest in these businesses for them to remain in a particular geography, but we want them to be able to scale globally. And so we look for founders who are driving those businesses and who are 100% committed to those businesses as well. And over above that, you know, we look for great entrepreneurs. I think with respect to how a financial institution would look at an entrepreneur, it's very different from the way that we would look at it, because we don't look for businesses, you know, that are already, you know, able to have cash flow. But, you know, we look for committed founders. And so it is important that you are able to support these businesses at an early stage and then be able to scale up to them over the long term. And so, yeah, that is really just to answer your question in a few words.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, we've seen the impact that PayU has had on the informal sector, bearing in mind that our informal sector in South Africa specifically probably contributes about 5% of our GDP and employs over 20% of people. So really enabling that sector to function, because they don't necessarily want to be in full-time banking in the formal sense of banking, but they do want to transact. So, that is quite a good product. So you've said you have a fund that is over 1 billion rand. You've said the businesses must be tech-enabled. There is a lot of women in ICT, Mamputi. I will attest to that. You've said the businesses must be able to scale, but you've also said something that's very important that as entrepreneurs we don't take into consideration, and that is you as an entrepreneur and being a good business person. Do you have a stance around, how do this woman-owned business, what kind of questions must they be asking themselves right now? How must they be positioning their business right now? What processes and operations do they have to put in place to be able to say, from today until maybe in the next 2-3 years, I want to be sitting in front of NASPers and pitching my business for a fund?
Yeah, what we often find is that, with founders, they actually are, they are limited by the extent to which they can have access to people who can support them in scaling their businesses. And so what you'll often find is that, as an example, you have a founder, he doesn't have a CFO or, access to those types of skills, which are important when you're trying to scale a business. But it is also a factor of the ability of you to have access to cash flow, to be able to have those skills around you. And so, we try and make sure that we can provide that support to founders of businesses so that they can be able to scale in a responsible way. But there are a number of things that you tend to find amongst founders, and it differs amongst them. But I think what differentiates the founders that you want to back is the extent to which they are really committed to their businesses in the long term, and the extent to which you believe that you can scale the business with them globally.
Right, so it's their story, it's their skin in the game. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Puti. Let me move to Mamuketi. Mamuketi, when you started your company, you really started it because you wanted to invest in women-owned businesses, specifically in ICT, as well as in finance, which is a nice bridge to be in. Why those specific industries? What were you seeing that maybe, that you would like to highlight as opportunities and the trends for specifically investing in those type of women-owned businesses?
Thank you, Sonwabile. I think, I'm very excited actually to have had the kind of conversations we've had today, and just seeing the rise of the impact investing as well as the diversity focus that we are seeing within the investment landscape. When we started to focus mainly on the ICT space, and mainly driven by the fundamentals of where we operate as a country and as a continent. We live in a continent that is set to have a digital gap of almost 3 times more than the global average. And that in itself tells you that we have a high number or different segment of the populations that operate outside of the digital economy that are unconnected. So in this continent, we have a massive lack of connectivity, which is a challenge that is holding us back as the continent in terms of our economic potential. So that is the opportunity right there when you're thinking ICT, when you're thinking the digital economy, when you're thinking fintech, because it creates an opportunity that needs to be addressed, the gap that needs to be closed. And that's what attracted us to playing in the space within telecoms and tech. And if you think about it, earlier on, it was mentioned that women are the backbone of the economy. And women continue to play a significant role and represented across different sectors where they have a high representation within the food production. They are said to have 40%, represent 40% of the families that they run. They represent 90% of the informal economy, which simply means that a large portion of businesses that are owned by women still operate outside of the digital economy, and they are not accounted for. And it really provides a case of underrepresentation of women as a segment. And also that has been one of the attractive areas for us to say we need to play in a space because already we have an underrepresentation of women in the space. And that creates an opportunity, not only for the investors, but also for women businesses to actually target those areas as well. And when we're talking about the underserved industries, I mean, the financial sector, as we have seen, I mean, we've seen significant exponential growth in fintech in the last 5 years, and we continue to see that because what drives that, it remains the fundamentals of where we are. It's the gap that we currently have that needs to be closed, that needs to be addressed through investment. And I'm so glad that when we talking about investments right now and talking about fund managers and talking about identifying opportunities to address impact and also to address the underrepresented, which is obviously the women are that segment that is not addressed. It changes the conversation. It changes the conversation because now, just taking on what Madam Chair Trifosa mentioned earlier on around the ESG, we're very excited about the trends we are seeing in terms of funds talking about putting the ESG agenda, on as a priority. That S factor, and I need to underscore the fact that that S factor is not just a social good. It's actually an economic imperative based on, the points I have mentioned around the opportunity. So it's really the growth opportunities that have driven us to identifying this sector, and to wanting to play in this sector. And also in this stage, we're looking to actually identify the areas around digital infrastructure, innovation, payments, and e-commerce as the areas of growth that we believe that more women should be playing in.
Right, it's extremely exciting time for the investment space indeed. And I mean, we've had extensive conversation during today around the gender lens focus. We've spoken to ESG funding. And just last year, women raised about $6 billion for their own businesses by mid-2021. But what I want to know is because in South Africa, we're very different to, say, for instance, a Silicon Cape is very different to a Silicon Valley, right? A Silicon Valley is very clear about what their startup model is. They're very clear about how they define the operational model of a startup. While as I'm not sure if we're all on the same table in South Africa around what a startup is. And so I'm finding that in my conversations within the woman-owned businesses in Wikona, but also just generally in South Africa, there is a mismatch around whether, as a Mamo Capital, are you investing in a startup and how do you define the startup? Vis-a-vis, are you investing in a mid-market? And then I'm finding that there's then this general gap between the startup or however differently we define startup versus the mid-market company. How do you select the type of companies you're investing in now? At what stage in their business operations?
Yes. So when we started in 2017, our focus was in late stage investment. We started a company, we invested in an established business, but also we had the opportunity to co-found a new business on the back of the assets we had acquired. So it's more like a hybrid of new, old assets and, a startup that was meant to build on into other things. And this was an infrastructure solutions business. And we have then evolved to looking at the significant growth that we are seeing within the digital space and the growth that we are seeing across these verticals that I said, we are targeting. And now we're looking at opportunities within the early stage investment. And you're quite right that depending on where you operate, the definitions of the different stages it's somewhat different. If you have, much more pre-seed, seed stage and Series A, depending on where you operate, it could mean different things. But we define where we play as businesses that already have, within seed and Series A, businesses that already have revenue that are already operating with technology that's already proven, that are post-revenue and are looking for growth to be able to either to add to get into new markets or so it's basically a play where there's already a business, there's already a customer, and there's already a growth opportunities within that space. So that's really where we play, and I think it has been an evolution from us starting from completely looking at late stage into early stage, and that's where we're seeing significant growth potential, especially within the fintech space, more specifically for us within the payments tech space.
Right. And you know, the joy of the selection process of this panel is that it allows me to link everybody's conversation to each other. So now going to Candace, who's head of banking solutions and trading at Refinitiv, which is a data company of the London Stock Exchange, and talking to the importance of data within financial inclusion. And specifically, that business came out of a 150-year-old company, Thomson Reuters, who got bought out by a PE, Blackstone, which then converted it into a fintech, which then got bought out to become a business of the London Stock Exchange. And how would you then have described, Candace, how this emergence has helped to create data that investors such as Naspers, investors such as Mamo Capital are able to drive financial inclusion, and to the context of today for women-owned businesses?
Hi, Sonrabisa and everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak on a panel with such incredible other female speakers. I think the panel before this actually was super interesting because the theme of data came up a lot. And I think the transparency that data provides and the ability to enable decision making has been really at the center of how I've operated in every organization I've worked in, and certainly through the transition story you've just shared, how the London Stock Exchange Group and the various divisions within the group come together to help enable critical decision making and leading investment decisions, both globally and locally. And I think we've got tremendous examples of that. And at the sort of heart of a lot of the work that I do, both across our trading and banking business and our sustainable finance and investment business, we look at data and analytics, and I try and tell the story through data and factual reported information that I think is publicly available and enabled through stock exchanges and various forums. So enabling financial stability, empowering economies, and enabling our customers to create sustainable growth, I think, are really core to our purpose. And the fintech nature of a lot of the examples that have been shared throughout today, a lot of the startup institutions, a lot of innovation opportunities that are unfolding within large corporates, traditionally large corporates, and also innovative startups, is foundationally based on and off data. I've got some slides to share if we get some time at the end, but I wanted to just quickly anecdotally share one example, which is through index creation. And for those of you that don't know the London Stock Exchange Group, we are a global financial market infrastructure business. I work in our data and analytics division, which we internally call DNA. It really is at the center of my personal DNA, but using data to create indices. In South Africa, one of our largest ETF providers, Satrix, actually used data provided through our Refinitiv DNA business to create a really innovative index called their Satrix Inclusion and Diversified Index, ETF. And it's backed off or based off a Refinitiv Data and Inclusion Index. And a lot of the data, for me, has really helped enable some key things locally, one of which is we talk about financial inclusion and access to finance, but one of the provisos for that is access to financial vehicles that help enable financial wellness and understanding around investment. So for individuals that are looking for capital, often capital comes from family members, it comes from any shape or form one is able to access that capital when one's starting up. And for me, the ability to showcase innovative examples of how ETFs locally have been created to provide access to investment vehicles using local industry data around diversity and inclusion and reported data on listed companies has been an incredible enabling moment, both for me and for seeing and witnessing domestic investment vehicles that all of us have access to. And the platforms that make some of that access possible are through the likes of Easy Equities, who I think have got some really innovative technology. The banks and many of the banks represented on the panel before all have technology platforms that enable financial access to investment vehicles. And really, as a stock exchange, it's been, I see our role as being at the heart of how those financial products have been able to be created, the innovation behind them, the sort of data that can be made available that we talk about for listed companies is certainly the same type of data that non-listed companies are being requested to provide for the purposes of investment and financial capital access. So I feel like there are a lot of trends that we can pass on, not just because we're a stock exchange, but also partly because we learn a lot through the data that's made available for capital market creation and enablement, and we can pass that information and share that both the whole way through the value chain, whether you're a startup all the way through to a company that has listed on an exchange or wanting to aspire to list on an exchange.
Yeah, I'm very interested in the slides and seeing how that plays out. But in essence, what you are talking to is the use of data and creating indices to just close the gender gap, which really excites me. I want to go to Olaudze. I always compliment the Reserve Bank for with having a financial services sector that is so old as in South Africa. You are still quite very proactive and innovative in how you set policy. What processes have you been going through as the fintech space was being created to make sure that you are not over-regulating the space, you're still allowing companies to grow and to innovate and to create, innovations and processes that will allow women-owned businesses to scale, for example? And I know you don't look at a gender lens, you're a Reserve Bank, but what process have you been going through in your department to ensure that we're not over-regulating fintech, but we're still giving it enough scope for governance?
Okay, thank you so much, Sonobise, and good afternoon, colleagues. Again, what an honor and a privilege to be on this panel with women who are really movers and shakers. So before I answer your question, Sonobise, I think it's important that we look at fintech and financial inclusion as a very multifaceted subject, right? I hear that we are talking a lot about access to finance, but financial inclusion is much more than access to finance. So financial inclusion, we look at the issue of payments, we look at the issue of insurance, we look at banking, we look at lending, we look at savings, and it's important that we always have that all-round lens when we talk about financial inclusion. Now, when we come to women-owned businesses, again, the fintech is not a single view type of thing, right? There are many things that women can use fintech for in their businesses, right? Mm-hmm. How they interact with their businesses from a payments perspective, fintech comes in, where you interact, how you pay your employees, how you do your accounting books in the background, right? Fintech is involved. How you access financial services. Are you going to a Lula Land to access your financial services, or are you going to a bank or some other provider? So again, so what I also want to say is that I know the previous section was about banking, but I think fintechs are really coming out in a big way to give the banks a run for their money. and the competition space is really increasing, and really this is what we are seeing, and this is what we enjoy seeing. Now, where we come in as the Reserve Bank, so we are a regulator, we are a policy maker with a small p, because our government makes the big policy. Now, maybe just to start in terms of the process, so we've got what we call the Intergovernmental FinTech Working Group, because in what we do as the Reserve Bank, we don't do it alone. So we've got a team of 5 regulators, which is the Reserve Bank and the Prudential Authority. We've got the National Credit Regulator, we've got the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, the Competition Commission, and the FIC, right? Those are the 5 regulators. Then we've got National Treasury as the policymaker. Then we've got, I think, the South African Revenue Service. All of these entities, they make up what we call the Intergovernmental FinTech Working Group. Now, within the IFWG, we've got what we call the Innovation Hub. Now, the Innovation Hub is made up of 3 components. The one exciting component, very close to my heart, is the sandbox. And I'm not sure how much people actually know about the sandbox, where if you've got an idea, normal South Africans, whether you are a bank, you are an individual, you are a fintech, you can come and test an idea. So you come to the Innovation Hub and say, there's an idea that I want to test out. However, the legislation does not provide for it. What can I do? We then take you into the sandbox. Now, the important thing for you to get into the sandbox, right? One of the things that we look at is impact in terms of financial inclusion. Your innovation that you are wanting to test in the sandbox, what impact will it have from a financial inclusion perspective? And for me, that's a very important criteria. The other components of the Innovation Hub, we've got what we call the acceleration, the accelerator, the financial accelerator. Here, this is where we do a lot of research in terms of what are the topical issues that we need to do a quick research about, because the market is changing so fast, and as the regulators, we need to also be changing with the times. Now, I want to mention one important research work that we are doing in the Innovation Accelerator. And this is, and the previous speaker just spoke about data. Now, the research that we are doing here is the use of alternative data to help the unbanked, the underserved, to be able to access financial services, to be able to create credit scores so that they can access financial services. Now, this is very important because I think the issue of data is probably at the core of access to financial services and financial inclusion issues. And if we can solve the data issues, we would have solved a lot of issues, right? Now, as an SMME, there's a lot of data that you are generating, but it's not the traditional data that the banks are looking at, right? The banks want your financial statements, they want to know how much profit you are making. But as an SMME, you are also unique in the sense that there's this other data that you generate that actually says a lot about your credit score, or how able you are to solve to pay your loans. So this is one of the work that I wanted to highlight that we are doing in the Innovation Accelerator, to say we want to regulate the use of non-traditional data so that it can spur financial inclusion. The last part of the Innovation Hub is the regulatory guidance note. So again, anybody who's got a question, it's a quick thing. You send an email to the regulatory guidance unit, but it has to be a fintech related question. And we promise you within 3 to 4 days, you'll have your response. Now, the nice thing is that you don't have to go and search around for the NCR for the right person, or if your question is related to the Competition Commission, you're wasting time finding people there. What we do at the Hub is that we are a one-stop shop in terms of access to all of these regulators. Now, within the South African Reserve Bank, there is a fintech unit, and also within the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, there is a fintech unit. So these 2 fintech units are the engine of the IFWG and the work that happens at the IFWG. So the process here, so as regulators, what we worried about, Sonwabise, is, are we creating a level playing field for all the players? Are we promoting innovation? Are we promoting the entry of new players into the space? But also, are consumers protected at the end of the day, right? So these are many things that as the regulator, we need to look at. So we have this broad lens to say there's new technology coming in. How does it benefit the consumers? But what are the risks? And how do we protect consumers from the risk? How do we make sure that at the end of the day, consumers are protected? However, we still want you to come in and play into the space. And one of the interesting work that also we are doing at the Reserve Bank is to allow non-banks into the national payment system space. And again, for me, I think that's a big thing that we need to celebrate, that we are trying to achieve as the South African Reserve Bank. And we are lagging behind because many countries already are allowing the non-banks. And who mostly are these non-banks? These are the fintechs. So if you are a fintech, a company like Yoko, now if they need to access the national payment system, they must partner with a bank. And we are saying, why does it need to be that way? We can allow you to access the national payment system directly. And then just last year, I just remembered, as I'm talking about Yoko, and I'm not promoting them, I don't have any shares in Yoko. But this is one of the entities that got it right in terms of the issue of data. So when Yoko started, it was a point of sale type of business, right? You bought their Yoko machine, and as a small business, you can digitize your business. But what Yoko then realized is that when they are giving small businesses this point of sale devices, they all of a sudden have so much data about the SMMEs that ordinarily they wouldn't have. And then they started thinking of other solutions like now lending. So they offer credit based on the data that they're able to track coming through those point of sale devices. And even better, that your payment rates will be customized to what is happening in your business. So if it's time of COVID, it's lockdown, you are not transacting, they can see that there's no money coming into your business. There's no pressure in terms of you paying your loan. Once your business again is up and running, you can then start again paying for your loan. So these are sort of the innovations that we really want to support from a regulatory side. And again, as I'm saying, the Yokos of today are really giving the banks for the run of their money. And these are sort of the innovations that we want to support as policymakers and as regulators. So let me stop here, Sonwabise. I can talk the whole day about this topic of financial inclusion, fintech, and how regulation and supervision and policy, just all of them come together. And I've really been privileged to work in all the three segments and how they relate to each other.
Great. I could go on with you too on this one, and have a full on. We could never leave our lunch. I'm really glad you raised this, and I think this is very, very important. Kudos to the leaders of Wikona for this, because the Reserve Bank could easily be construed as just catering for the big players without actually entrepreneurs and entry-level businesses understanding how they can then benefit from pairing up and partnering up with the Reserve Bank. How do I, as a woman-owned business who's not a Yoko, I'm nobody knows me, how do I reach out to get to the sandbox and this innovation pairing?
Okay, so the IFWG has got a website that has got all the information. In there, if you go onto the IFWG website, there is an icon that says sandbox, right? You click on the sandbox and you can type in whatever it is that you want to say and send the message to the innovation box. Now, Sonwabise, there's one thing that I forgot to mention when I was talking, is that one of the entities that is testing in the sandbox is called the People's Fund. And this is public information. This is information available on the website. Now, this is a crowd investing platform that tries to facilitate the raising of capital for SMMEs. And they are trying to see, what regulatory treatment for this type of crowd investing platforms should look like. So again, from the SMME perspective, we want to see more of these ideas in terms of testing in the sandbox to say, no regulation quite covers this, but this is an idea that we have. Can we please test this in a safe environment? So I just forgot to give an example, a practical example in terms of what we are talking about today in terms of SMME access to funding. But there is a website and the sandbox is very easily accessible. I hope that helps.
Okay, I'm going to take this opportunity to ask if anyone in the room, I don't think I have access to online, but if anyone in the room has got one question per panelist, and then I'll allow the panelists to do some closing remarks. Any questions in the room? No? It's after lunch. Found a question.
Thank you. And thanks to the panelists and thanks to the moderator. My name is Lesego Sunelo. I'm part of the Wekona team, among other hats that I wear. My question is directed to the panelists, especially around fintech, perhaps starting with you, Sisputi. There are quite a number of innovative ventures that Black women specifically are looking at in the agri-fintech space, as well as the medical space, just as an example. If one is starting up, looking for access to funding, taking it from cradle to grave, for lack of a better word, what advice would you give to that woman entrepreneur who's trying their damnness to pierce the veil, especially from an access to capital perspective? I suppose, yeah. One of the other panelists can also address this as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Lesego. Go for it.
Well, thank you. Okay, no, thank you for the question. What I would suggest is that after having, worked on your business plan and have everything in place, I would suggest that you engage with an organization called the SME Fund. The SME Fund is an entity that many of us have put capital into, and they are focused on startup organizations. And so they're a fund of funds. Therefore, they are also funders of funds within the SME funds. However, they have really done well in terms of supporting a number of startup organizations. There's actually a number of organizations, not too many. I would say at least 3 other very high quality organizations who are focused on startup funding. And I think that will help because in addition to the capital, with the funding, you also get access to skills where people are able to look at other areas within that particular model to see what is missing and what other areas you could look at strengthening in order to be able to attract capital.
Yeah. I saw a hand at the back. There she is. Sorry, Mom, try.
Thank you. I may have missed this in the discussion. The digital divide. How do we think, how can we bridge this gap? Given that if you talk about women in rural areas, or like in South Africa, the batteries in the towers are stolen, no access to the communication network, that's a separate thing. But on the digital divide, especially women in rural areas, people that cannot use the smartphones, cannot use the technology, but they would like to be to have accessibility. What can we do? Because surely there's something we can learn from East Africa that they've really managed to actually bridge this gap, and especially with the other, what do you call it, offline technologies that are available, that you don't have to rely on your telecommunication for to be able to access those. Thank you.
Who wants to give that a shot? Mama?
Okay.
Because I know you two spoke about digital divide.
Yes. Despite the fact that ICT infrastructure is a great enabler for the digital adoption and new innovation behind it, we are seeing on the ground very groundbreaking solutions. For instance, an example has been made about how do we then allow or give access to people who are based in the rural areas who do not have access to smartphones. And one of the solutions that we have seen the founders come up with is creating a software solution that is able to allow the merchants who do not have access to smartphones but are using your old feature phones to still be able to provide digital payments. You just need to have an NFC functionality in it and use Bluetooth, and then still be able to do digital payments, just using your cell phone without even having to invest in additional devices and so forth. So those are the kind of innovation that we are seeing on the ground that are looking to bridge the digital divide whilst we are being patient with the rollout of the broader infrastructure to give access to many. And we are actually seeing also, software as a service solutions that are driving key innovation behind the telecoms infrastructure. The example that Madam Chair Trifosa made now around, the stolen, the key challenge of having the batteries being stolen and so forth. Just being able to leverage machine learning solutions and putting on cameras and remotely being able to monitor the infrastructure. We really have the right thinking and the innovative solutions on the ground that the founders are coming up with, and it's important that as women as well, we recognize the opportunities that we ourselves can play. I like the fact that it was mentioned that the fintech space is quite broad. It's quite broad. You're talking lending, you're talking payments, and even just within payments, there are so many different verticals around it, whether it's processing, point of sales, and we are in a position to be able to identify, when we identify these pain points, it creates an opportunity for us to say, how do we position ourselves to leverage technology to solve for this? So I think we have a lot in our hands. The opportunities behind us, and it screams growth. It screams unlocking opportunities, and we should be able to position ourselves to partner and to be able to participate in these growth opportunities.
Thank you, Mama Kete. I'm going to take 2 more questions and then we'll wrap up. I saw one there and one here.
Thank you very much. My name is Karabo Mutaung, and I'm from the Competition Commission. And maybe, I know one of my questions earlier, particularly for the DFIs, was going to be, how do we access women in rural areas? It's all good and well, we're talking digital divide, but we have left these women so far behind. We have left those communities so far behind that I know the commission has actually conducted a study, which we'll be doing a roadshow of with various stakeholders in here in the next few months. But one of the outcomes that came out from there is that women in the rural areas were telling us how far they need to travel from their rural areas to cities or towns, right, just to access an office where they can register a business, for example. So there's still a lack of physical infrastructure, of physical visibility of offices such as CIFA, for example, offices such as the CIPC, where women can go and get information about how to register a business, how to access funding. So it is all good and well that we are talking about innovation and the digital divide, but before we even get to smartphones, before we even get to how we can use technology to access these women, we need to go back and bring them forth first, right? So there's still that whole divide that we need to overcome before we come to talking about using technology and using fintech to access and make life feasible and easy for some of these women. So those are some of perhaps the spaces that we perhaps need to take a step back towards, right? And say, how do we, one, make this information available to them, before we start educating them about what is fintech, what are digital payment platforms. So thank you very much.
Okay, but I'm hearing that more as a comment rather than a question, right? All right.
Hi, my name is Nolwazi Serrero, and I'm actually a rural woman, and we work with rural women in Gitso Foundation. And I would just want to respond to you. A lot of people's perception about rural women is that, one, we're not articulate, and we can't define our needs. It's the access to capital, and that's why we're here today. A lot of the times when we talk about fintech and solutions at grassroots level, the kind of investment that speaks to rural areas, we find that the risk capital and the appetite capital is not there. And it's a perception thing. And we need to get over that particular thing, because if you're not dealing with the major metros, a lot of the times people feel that they have to bring people outside of those communities to come and solve the solutions and define the technology and so forth. Second of all, in rural areas, I think going back to the issue of data is around just the assessments, the data that, and models of fintech. So we use terms like fintech. Now, it's semantics. A person may not even know that you're dealing in fintech if you're running a stokvel, because you've got a book, you've got a this, you're lending and so forth. So it can be a very grassroots level of fintech, but it's the language that we use to communicate to entrepreneurs in spaces that alienates entrepreneurs and not even realize that but they're part of sectors. So one of the things as we look at gender lens and we talk about technology and a lot of things, we need to sit down as a collective and how do we have an inclusive language for people to be able to realize it's talking to them and they're a part of it, inclusivity. So we need to package and talk in a way people can see themselves and find themselves in that space. And then the third thing is about women-founded entities in the ICT space. I still believe a lot more needs to be done. And all the innovation and all the competitions that we're seeing from the MTN competitions, from NASPA's, a lot of them are still led by guys. So I would like to know, what is your perspective as the panel to increase female-founded ICT companies and investment in that direction? Thank you.
Thank you. I think both very valid points between the last two speakers from the floor. What I'm going to do is ask perhaps in your responses, in your closing remarks, you do, I don't want to say respond, but you do acknowledge the comments that were raised by the last two speakers from the floor, and then we wrap up in that manner. Let's go with Candace, and then Mamuketi, Puti, and then Olaudze.
Thanks. Just to contextualize what I've taken away from some of those questions, on a comment that I'd like to leave the audience with is the role of education. I mean, we were all blessed with 2 ears and 1 mouth, and certainly today is one of those moments where we've all been listening. and learning. And with or without technology, we all have a role and a duty to share our knowledge, both within and across our networks, but also extend that to networks who do not have that inclusive access to this knowledge that we've been gathering today, and knowledge that we gather through the likes of accelerators, incubators, different academic institutions. Stock exchanges are putting a ton of effort into SME investments, acceleration programs. We've heard from Saab and their tremendous opportunities to open up the inclusive nature of what is defined in some of this technology space to keep encouraging further innovation. But I really believe that we all have a duty to play in passing this knowledge forward, and we have an amazing August ahead of us where there are some incredible events. We get that special privilege as South Africans to share Women's Day twice. We get 2 months of the year where there are incredible sharing events. Share events that you see that are relevant to stakeholders that are in your room, in your network, that could benefit and learn and take that message forward. I've got exposure to a couple, and I certainly know the few that I am exposed to, that I'm part of, I share across my network and try and multiply this knowledge and ensure that it is inclusive. I know the exchanges across Africa are all trying to do something equivalent. So that would be my message. 2 ears, 1 mouth. Listen and then share.
Thanks, Candice. Mamukit.
Yes, I want to agree with Candice, on the subject of talking, having the conversations, more education, more engagement, because it's quite critical so that we can understand the perspective of different parties. We can share knowledge and create spaces like this. I think this has been quite insightful. We need more platform like this. And I also want to refer to, in the opening address of the CEO this morning, he raised an important point around once you've funded businesses, the kind of challenges that can still be there. We've spoken a lot about access to finance and creating and collaborating and looking for ways to to support women-owned businesses and funding them. But one thing that is also very important is other forms of support that women businesses need to have access to, so that they can build their businesses in a sustainable manner. And amongst the things mentioned were around, sometimes the governance aspect of things, the leadership, the partnerships, just post-investment, some of the things. It's important that women know where to go. And I think we need a more of a collaborative and more coordinated approach that points women somewhere to certain places where they can get assistance beyond just financial support. And I think that's an area that is not so accessible. We know that when you have funding, as soon as there's issues, then financial institutions come and they want to manage. It's only then that they are willing to come and help. But I think that needs to be a model, not only for early stage investment, because for early stage investment, it's known that they need more than just that, and usually there's plans in place to be able to provide non-financial support. But I think it's very important that we also have this discussion in the context of providing a complete solution to increase the success of women-owned businesses.
Thanks, Mamukete. Puti.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd just make a point of just saying the fact that we have an entity, an NGO called Naspers Labs, which is focused on ensuring that we provide access to digital skills to people who are university graduates, as well as people who are high school who have left high school, so that we are trying to deal with this issue of South Africa being a net importer of digital skills. And so by ensuring that we provide access to digital skilling to young people in South Africa, and that in addition to providing them with the digital skills, we are also placing them in employment. We are ensuring that we are working together with the government as a corporate in terms of dealing with unemployment in our country, but also dealing with the fact that we continue to get digital skills outside of South Africa. Now, I think one of the things to mention about PayU, which is, our payments business, as I mentioned, is the fact that we are operating in a number of other markets around the world, which have similar profiles to South Africa, a lot of Latin American countries, India, and it is from these markets that we have been able to grow our business. And today we have a total payments value all across our markets of over $78.5 billion. But it is through working in these markets with these small sized businesses and being able to scale them that has been able to provide us with the ability to grow. And our business has included ensuring that we're able to provide short-term credit in the absence of bank accounts. Financial inclusion for SMMEs is something that is critical for any emerging economy to be able to continue to grow. And so these are some of the things that we continue to pride ourselves on, and are very much focused on ensuring that we can get South Africa to be in the place that it can be as a significant contributor to the global environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Puti. Over to you, Loud.
Yeah, thank you, Sonabisa. So just in closing, earlier we spoke about the importance of data and data symmetry in terms of unlocking access to finance. The second most important issue, and I was not part of today's deliberations, but I'm hoping that this was discussed, is the whole issue of business readiness, right? As women, as business owners, we need to be business ready. We need to understand what type of skills are needed to run a business. We need to open up our networks. I think Mamukiti mentioned, networking and widening our networks. We need to open up our knowledge in terms of what is happening out there. Just if you look at just the fintech landscape in South Africa, there is so much to leverage from as a woman-owned business, and it's up to the women to empower themselves, to educate themselves in terms of what is out there in the fintech spectrum and what can I use in terms of my business to get me business ready, to show the funders or the owners of capital that I actually know what I'm doing from a business perspective. So the issue of non-financial support can never be overemphasized, because sometimes you speak to the funders, they say the money is there, but the businesses are not ready to receive the money. So one of the issues that we need to look at in terms of unlocking access to finance for women. So empowerment, it is in our hands as women, and we can do it. Thank you, Sonabisa.
Thank you so much for joining us for this panel. To our panelists, thank you for making time out of your busy schedules. Definitely a lot to reflect on. With a penetration rate of 95% of mobile phones in South Africa, there's a big opportunity for alternative payment transactions and for fintech to really grow and enabling more funding opportunities across the country, especially for women, of course, who make up over 60% of our trading. So thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to the WICONA leaders as well as the team. I'm handing it back to you, MC.
Thank you so much, Sonabisa, and thank you so much to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient with us. We are now going to call upon the co-chair of WICONA, Mefuti Mdoba. She will be joining us live to take us through the closing remarks.
All deserve a round of applause.
A round of applause.
I don't know what to call it. This to me sounded like a business school par excellence. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me pleasure to join you in this day as we all witnessed the groundbreaking WICONA FinTech Summit today. Our agenda is around the participation of women-owned businesses in the core areas of the economy. This has been a very important agenda with us, but fundamental and underlying that is the funding that is necessary to support those women. One of our late EXCO members, Dr. Namane Mahau, my last conversation with her was particularly in this area. I can assure you she is resting in peace today after being an angel over this session. So what have we had today? We had that we need to plan for the next, or even our next steps of having a follow-up summit in order to address the specific areas. I hope our chair, Trifosa, is ready to do that. We also had profound lessons from all the panelists today, covering substantial areas. In particular, we managed today to bring capital providers of more than 10 trillion in one room. That's what happened today. Very powerful. Commitments were made of funds available for gender lens investing. Gender lens investing, it was said it must be an asset class. There is a very, very strong belief that the gender collaboration is necessary, and it will create an environment where everything is transparent and measurable. Even our last panelist touched on this point. We also had that financial inclusion is key, and that we have to have a specific session to tease. By the way, this was a teaser today. Just the amount of work that us women have to do to achieve this agenda, I think it's exciting, but also we have to understand it is quite a lot. We have to have specific targets for women if we are serious about gender lens investing. And more importantly, listening to the gigs at the end of that, we have to be very innovative about understanding what this digital divide is and how, and knowing what we can do given what it is at the moment. That was extremely profound. We also would like to thank then our speakers, because I wouldn't like to, at this time of the afternoon, to repeat all the amazing presentations that were done, but I was just pulling out all the nuggets that I managed to clinch. So we'll thank our keynote speaker, Madam Mari from the World Bank, the country director. Also, the CEO of the IDC, TP Chocho, for opening their home for us and also opening the event for us. Although he said he was sent by the chairman, but we all know that he holds the keys to the institution. And also from the GPF, Mr. Dondo Mokajane and Cabello Ricordo from the PIC. We want to also thank all our panelists and there are too many to mention. And I mean, what was even more special for me was just that the women are there. They're ready to take control and be in the right full spaces. So we thank you so much for your contribution. So if you are looking around the room, for all of you in the room, and you see some people sleeping on the table or walking around sleepy or sleepwalking, it probably could be Trifosa Ramano. She is the chair of FINCO running this. They never slept. It could be Nonzuzo Mokanda. It could also be Pete Simnisi, who the members of EXCO. If you look around, you can wake up there, Mandi Sangwanyana probably falling asleep in some corner there from fatigue of having worked tirelessly for this event. And also a number of other people there was a working group that just really literally stopped this morning. It didn't even stop. They went to wash and they were there. So that's why I'm assuming they must be very sleepy there. Utando lwetu Ndolwane, Peli Sankomo, Lirato from the IDC, and Lirato Maposa, Sonwabi Semziat, Tando, Daza, Zintle Ramano, our scriber, Nangomso Ngoto, Sisipo Fumba, Sipo Tunieswa. These are the people that put this event together. Can we give them a big, big round of applause? So, to the chair of FINCO, Trifosa, the agenda is prepared for you. But the good thing from a Wikona point of view is that it is not prepared for us alone. There was a resound support for a collaboration. And therefore, we look forward to that collaboration so that by the time we achieve the Wikona, which is Women Assembly in October, the annual event, we can all come forward with the pledge that we have this collaboration ready, willing, and able to take this agenda forward. From me, thank you very much, and have a lovely day.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mamfuti. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the program. I would like to thank you all for staying with us until this minute. It means a lot to us. You could have been anywhere, but you chose to be here with us, and we appreciate it. We don't take advantage of your time. We do appreciate you being here with us. I personally would like just to thank a few people personally that have been walking this journey with me as a project leader. I'd like to thank Trifosa for your leadership. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank all the members of the FINCO, and I'd like to make a special thanks to the team behind the scenes, that some of them are not even here. Tandolwetu Nodlawa, she has been burning the midnight oil with me. A big up to you, a round of applause to all the YSC youth that has been supporting us, taking our calls in awkward hours. We appreciate you, we thank you, and we would like to continue this journey with you. And I would also like to thank every member of the Wikona family. I cannot mention all of you because of time, but we do appreciate the support, the leadership, the collaborations, and just the conversations. We really are an example that women can indeed work together. Women can craft, create, and implement together. We've showed it to other women, and I believe that other women can learn from us as the Wikona family. And we would also like to encourage those that are coming behind us to see that women can indeed hold hands and create magic. Can we all give ourselves a round of applause as women in this room? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this leadership, I would like to end by saying, the problems of this country are in trouble. There's a new breed of leadership. Thank you.